Medicine's making me fall. You survive and you sweat like you're stopping at a hole. I felt 10 years ago, watching another two fall. Smell the buzz and won't think about nothing at all. Moment of clarity, another to rise. Don't wanna be what they grow to despise. If we stand for 100 feet of a home, forgot about work and found a new love. Walk the bar, finding my goals for my souls.
No, it did not.
What's up, everybody? Great to see you. We're here for a Tuesday night stream, and how are you doing? It's great to see you.
I'm doing great. I'm in a much better mood today.
I was talking to them.
Well, I was talking to them too. So there.
So, how are you doing down there, Exmoor?
You were just asking me. I answered you already.
You're
I answered you
doing
already.
Great.
I answered you already, Dutch. How are you doing,
I'm all right.
crew?
Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay, so a little Ace 5 action here.
Ace 5 is alive.
Let's go ahead and go for a little less than half pot against these two. Probably have these dudes drawn dead, or were drawn dead. It's like one of those spots where not dead, 3 outs. It's one of those spots where maybe second to none would be calling with like a diamond draw. Maybe he'd be calling with like a 9-8 or a 9-10. But I'm thinking that most of the time he probably has a bigger ace. Anyway, let's go ahead and fire out half the pot here. And if second to none just makes the call, then I'm going to go ahead and assume we're up against a diamond draw. Oh, Olin Andy, how do you do it to me? Like, how do you do that to me? It's just brutal. Brutal. The 2-4 getting there on the end for a huge 11.5 big blind pot. That's poker.
Wait, what happened? He won?
Yeah, Olin Andy was all in with 2-4 offsuit.
But
for
what
his
did you
last
win?
chips.
Did you win it?
It was a side pot.
Oh, and it was very small pot, apparently? God, that's what I get for looking away for a second, guys.
You can't look away for even a single
Jeez,
second. when it
guys,
comes
you have to
poker. The
always stay
action's too
tuned to...
intense.
Exactly. Gotta understand what's going on. God damn it, he gets again?
Yeah.
Good for you, all in Andy, because that's what you do. That's
He's
why you are.
doing it.
You are who you
doing
are,
it.
because of the hands that you play. I believe. Good for you. Good for you.
So,
So
I'm the rookie and the vet. Great to see you. He says, Dutch, what's up, man? Run good and deep. I'm here for a long haul. Good to see you both. Thank you. You know what, rookie and the vet? I'm gonna be streaming a little bit later tonight. I've decided.
oh wow, you have?
I've decided unless this one goes to the final table, I'm gonna fire up another one after this. We're gonna try to go for a good 5 hour stream.
Okay, it's fine.
I feel like I haven't been streaming enough. I've been missing you guys. John Blaze in the chat. Good to see you, man. D's Nuts Poker. What's up, Dutch Next Mall? Back on the grind. That's right, man. Which reminds me, I gotta change that title. We gotta change the title. It's the 28th. So we are back on the grind. It is Tuesday, the last day of February. Any big news?
Is there any big news?
Trump is meeting with
I haven't really.
With Congress
I just
today.
woke up, so I don't really know. I did this. I just rolled out of bed this way.
It's like he's
I'm trying to keep up with
meeting
the
him
news right here.
now.
Is that
Trump
what's going on?
promises to repeal and replace Affordable Care Act.
But it's complicated. I
What's
thought.
going on
I
right
thought it was a
now?
lot complicated than he thought.
What's going on right now?
Is it? That's good. I hope he. I hope he does makes it more affordable. That's for sure. I don't really know what the answer is with the whole medical thing, and I kind of liked it better when it wasn't where we weren't forced to get insurance. I mean, I didn't have insurance forever.
Obamacare worked for me. I wouldn't have been able to get a much needed hernia surgery if it weren't for Obamacare.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't need it now. I mean, they need to find
That's
that.
kind of the point of insurance, though. I mean, you don't really know when you're going to need it.
That's why you have life insurance.
Sayedek 1989, good to see you. Says hello, greetings from Poland. Are we looking for green table this stream? Always looking for a green table, man. Thanks for joining us as we go for that deep run. All right, Ace Deuce on a Deuce 510 board. It's not so shabby.
Ace Juice, huh? You're in
Gonna
there
go
with
and
that.
fire
Huh?
out 3/4 here. Doesn't count as a donk lead if you can't expect a guy behind you to bet. Rock of Ages doesn't have the initiative here. He just open limped under the gun. So if Rock of Ages had made a pre-flop raise, then I don't like leading out into him. But with a hand like Ace Deuce, I don't like just checking here because it's pretty vulnerable to two players. I'd kind of like to get hands like Jack 9 or King 8 to go ahead and just muck the hand.
Good for you for winning, taking that pot down, Dutch.
Thank you.
Rock of Ages, that's a good name.
It's a weird kind of bet because if we get called there, we're probably behind.
He loves to limp, huh?
So it's not really a value bet.
Oh, wow. Go on, Andy.
And it's not a bluff because we expect to have the best hand. So what it is a bet that's intended to go ahead and just claim the equity that we have in the pot. We figure that if this were on television and we could see the whole cards and the little numbers next to everybody, then our percentage would be higher than Rock of Ages or Heart Fisher.
I'm looking at this hand. This hand's pretty crazy, Dutch.
Yeah, I'm watching. That is pretty crazy. So King 9 just beats him into the pot. 9-10.
Couldn't wait to get in there and take all the...
Everybody just can't wait to get their chips in.
Wow.
4-way all in. The best hand pre-flop is Ace 8 offsuit. This who says poker's dead?
I didn't say it was dead.
So then the flop comes out King 9-2, and
I'd
the
quit,
Ace
though.
8 just makes the call. Wow. So 9-10, open shoves into the two opponents. Ace 8 flat out,
decides-
just flat calls.
He decides that he has the best out of all of them.
On a King 9-2 board, it's just amazing. Let's go to tape and just watch that again because that was something else. By the way, Mike Diamond, great to see you, man. Says Run Well Dutch. Thank you. Good to see you, Moody Boo. Okay, let me take a look here. You guys have to... Let's review that hand because that was
Interesting hand.
ugly.
See?
That was ugly. Look at this hand, you guys. I mean, this just happened live. You look away for 1 minute and you miss it. So action goes like this. Rock of Ages decides to open limp. BRB got to P decides to make the call behind with Ace 8 offsuit. All in Andy decides to press his luck and makes the shove with a King Queen offsuit. Ocean's Blue with the King 9. Snap calling here is going to earn you a bony fish. So he makes the snap call. We get out of the way with a pocket fours. Snap calling with 9-10. Also, Sean Maggie is going to earn you a bony fish. And BRB got to pee. You already have the bony fish. So now when it comes King 9-2, Sean Maggie decides to go ahead and protect the equity he has in the hand, much the same way we did with the pair of twos the hand before. Why is it any different? It's different. it's different. He shouldn't be there in the first place. This is why making the call pre-flop with the 9-10 of spades is really bad here, because whatever implied odds you think that you're getting, and remember implied odds are the pot that you think that you will be able to make if you actually hit your hand. Whatever implied odds you have there.
Look at this. This sucked.
Brutal.
Do you see that?
Yeah, I saw it. They didn't because we have this hand history up. But basically, our friend here, Sean Maggie, in the left, just cracked aces with Queen 4.
It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, so
That's
whatever
some crazy
implied odds
shit.
Sean Maggie has, making this call right here is going to be outweighed by the reverse
I wonder how the
implied
bet
odds.
went on that one, because I kind of looked away too. I wonder if, I mean, that's crazy.
We'll look.
Look,
Do you know what
he was
reverse
so
implied
mad.
odds are, Eximo?
No, he was so mad he left, dude.
You want to take a shot at guessing?
No, I'm not gonna guess, Dutch. I'm paying attention to the poker.
Okay, so reverse implied odds are the chips that you will lose if you do hit your hand, potentially. So in this situation, the implied odds for a hand like 9-10 of spades, if you're going to play it like this when it comes King 9-2 and you just make the shove, I mean, keep in mind it could have come 9-9-5 and Sean Maggie is still going to be dead in the water because at least one of these opponents have a better 9. Fires at the 2765, and this one right here is what I would nominate as the worst call of the hand. BRB got to P making the call with a naked ace-8 offsuit. Ocean's Blue decides to make the shove with top 2 pair. I can't fault him there. BRB got to P decides, okay, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's just go ahead and put another 20 bucks in here. Just altogether a pretty ugly hand. And Ocean's Blue ends up winning that 4-way all-in. Then this happened. If ever there was a time that you can get away from pocket aces, maybe it's here, but as it turns out, Sean Maggie firing out more than half pot. Rick 814 making the check raise to 3x. This is a pretty bad. This is a pretty bad bet right here. Betting 2 times the pot with Queen 4. And then when Rick 814 goes ahead and makes the check raise, at this point Sean Maggie should go ahead and just muck the hand, move on. Instead he decides to press with his 5-outer, and there's one. Now once the queen comes, if you're sitting here with Rick 814's hand, pocket aces, you shouldn't really feel too comfortable with your hand anymore. But Rick 814 decides, I didn't come to fold aces.
Actually, he took a long time to call.
It doesn't look like there was ever really a call except on the river.
It's the end.
Where
When he shoves all in.
where
And he has 900 left. It took him long to call that.
yeah, I mean at this point
Because he probably thought, fuck.
you're getting 15 to 1.
Probably has aces.
Yeah, I mean there's just really no point in tanking with that kind of hand on this
I
river.
was thinking, maybe I can run it up. Maybe I can be like all in. What happened to the all in guy? Is he gone now?
I think he is, yeah. I think he's gone.
Aw.
You know what his name was? His name was All In Andy.
I know. What happened to all in Andy?
So appropriate.
All in Andy. Were you all in all the time? I think he might have moved tables, actually. Oh, nope. He's
gone,
out.
right?
Yeah, he's out. That's funny.
I love these guys.
Yeah, this is a pretty entertaining, crazy table you got here.
pocket nines looks pretty good. John Blaze. Okay, I want everybody to look under their chair. That's pretty awesome. All right, I think I want to go ahead and keep Sean Maggie in here. So let's see if we can. Actually, no, we'll just go ahead and make the raise here.
The aces?
Pocket
King?
nines.
Well, you
And this
called
is just
right,
fine.
like
Sean
9,
Maggie
9,
decides
9.
to go ahead and make the call. Queen 6-2 against two opponents. Yeah, we'll go ahead and fire out. Don't expect either one of these guys to be making the fold. Ace on the turn. It's a tough one. Let's see what Sean Maggie does. Two of hearts on the end. And you know what, guys? I suspect that Sean Maggie has a smaller pocket pair, and we're going to drag this one.
Wow, pretty aggressive.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so.
Shit.
So, pocket nines again. Let's hope for a different result here.
Oh, you gotta play it again. You can limp in with everybody else if you'd like. Might be worth it. I don't know, though. You could also be getting yourself into trouble here.
So, Mike Diamond, thank you for asking. Asking about those poker clinics and the HBT viewing parties. So, back when we first started streaming on Twitch, we were doing a lot of different formats, experimenting with a lot of different formats. And two of those formats were poker clinics and HBT viewing parties. So the first one would be we'd take a topic, and I'd basically put together like a little presentation about the topic, talking about like continuation betting, talking about finding spots to bluff. Talking about Bayes' theorem, the history of probability. Probability maths. Let's go ahead and just try to isolate Don, I guess, here. Get ready for a rebuy, because this is not what we wanted to see. Four-way action with pocket nines is not what we want to see. Ace 10, Jack 7. We're in some pretty bad shape here. We were in pretty good shape pre-flop. I mean, what are these guys doing? I don't know. It's hard to get into their minds, you guys. I mean, we are playing a rebuy period.
Well, this seems like a very crazy table that you're in. That they just like to.
It is. This is, I would say, not the normal tournament that we start with on this tournament.
I love how this guy's like stupid sight. He hit it by mistake.
Which one?
Be right back out of P. The one who won the flop. He accidentally shoved, I suppose.
I mean, his hand wasn't the worst.
But he said, LOL, stupid sight. Stupid sight.
Oh, is that right? I don't have him on, I must have him muted.
Yeah. He said, LOL, stupid sight. My hand wins, yo. No, he didn't say my hand wins yet.
Yeah, I don't, I have him muted.
Good. Okay,
so Ocean's Blue makes the call. Let's go ahead and raise it up to 400. So, I'm the rookie and the vet. The other type was the HBT viewing parties. Wow, look at Sean Maggie just making the shove here. All right.
Wow. Very, very spewy table, huh?
That's pretty spewy, I would say. So they took a lot of prep time to do. The HBT viewing parties were, I would go out, and this was with permission of the Heartland Poker Tour, which is a televised poker tour. I would go out and take a final table and review it and analyze the plays hand by hand and talk about the players, talk about how they're playing the hands, talk about every little small movement that they're making and how they're placing chips and how much they're betting and what it means. And I felt like it was pretty informational and pretty educational. Not as popular as a lot of the other content that formats that we experimented with. But the people who watched it and enjoyed them sometimes would have like special guests on there, somebody who was at the final table, or somebody who.
Well, they're definitely long.
They're really long. They're very intensive, and I feel like for me personally, those kind of exercises are the best way to improve my game at this point in my career. I don't really feel like I get that much out of new poker books. I've read so many poker books. I'm not one of these guys like. Scott Fishman or Mike Matusow, who claims to have never read a poker book. I've pretty much read them all up to about 2012. So I don't really feel like I get too much more out of those. I don't really feel like I get too much more out of spending a lot of time on forums and listening to people analyze hands. What I do get a lot out of is sitting down and very intensively going over live sessions, not just watching them casually, but pausing the tape and rewinding and slow-moing it and trying to really figure out what's going on at a table.
Yeah, and but you're gonna do a different format in this. You're gonna have a Discord.
Yeah. So.
Oh my gosh! Look, you have somebody that finished watching all of your YouTube sessions. It's
all
a lot.
YouTube sessions.
It's a lot. It's a lot of hours. Thank you.
It's a lot of hours. That's
Thank
a
you.
lot of video. Super unknown. Do you happen to be a computer?
We probably
I
learned
have
a
to
lot.
say I've learned a lot, or at least I think so. Listening to you repeating concepts has been very helpful, especially seat betting. Man, I used to fold on so many flops when missing or when they were very scary, and now I just keep picking them up. Hope to pick up more important concepts in the future from watching you. Thanks for streaming. Super Unknown, thank you very much for being here.
See, that's really important.
Appreciate you taking the time to watch all of those. So the HBT viewing parties, we did about 11 of them before we kind of stopped doing them. And I recently set up a Patreon where I'm bringing back both of those formats. So how it's going to work here in the future is with the Poker Clinic videos, instead of just putting together a kind of a stale PowerPoint presentation, I'm actually going to put together shorter but better produced videos, and we'll show those on Twitch, and then after we release them on Twitch, we would have like a little discussion group. These won't be just with the Twitch chat. This is actually going to be on a Discord server.
Are you gonna watch them? You're gonna watch your tape of yourself with everybody? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah. What we'll do, we'll run the tape on Twitch. We'll premiere it on Twitch. Anybody who's a Patreon will have first dibs at it. They'll be able to see it before we actually run it on Twitch. And then maybe like the following week we'd premiere it on Twitch. And after the video airs, which it's going to be small videos, and we'll be addressing things like cognitive bias or table image, the difference between like exploitative and game theory optimal play, those kind of topics, topics that are a little bit a little bit in the intermediate to advanced category when it comes to poker. So after we play those videos, then I'm planning on having a little Discord chat where I'm a Discord partner now, which is like a voice chat group, kind of like TeamSpeak, and we'll be setting up a Discord channel for everybody to come in who is a Patreon, who actually supports the videos on Patreon, and they'll be able to discuss it in like a Q&A and discussion.
Are they going to be? Is it going to be live then?
Yes.
You're going to record them too.
Yes, they'll be part of the stream.
You'll be part of the stream. Isn't that awesome?
And then for the HBT viewing parties, instead of doing it by myself, I'll do the same thing. I'll have the people who are on the Patreon page actually come on, and as we're watching it together, we'll all be able to chat. And it's going to be it's not going to be like a text chat. It's going to be actually voice chat. So if you want to get in on that and support those two projects and bringing them back onto Twitch, check out the Patreon. And if you want to be a part of those sessions, then you have to go through the Patreon. So that's the plan. So far, Mike, it hasn't really caught a lot of backers yet.
Well, I think you should do a video before.
I'll still be doing them, but I'm not going to be, I'm not going to worry too much about, trying to crank them out, once a week or twice a week, if I don't get too much interest on Patreon. Let's go ahead and make the call there.
Well, Patreon's like a kind of a new platform. I mean, it's usually for creators. If you guys don't know it, I recommend checking it out. There's a lot of good creators on there.
Man, I really expected a lot of players behind me to make this call. If I knew that they were all just going to fold, I would have folded as well. But it kind of felt like we'd get two people behind, and one of them would have just a random 5. And if we actually hit one of our 4 outs there, we were planning on getting a full double up.
Pow, pow. So, Super Unknown says there's a local tournament where he lives, and it's kind of underground. Players are awful like the table that you're playing. And he's struggling with them. What is a good strategy, Dutch? To deal with a table like this? I mean, what is your strategy for this table? Just limp with them? In Rome, limp in with it? Limp in with them.
You try to see a lot of flops, and you value bet your hands pretty thin. There's not too much you can do except just be willing to get it in and get it in good. I mean, if you want to take the low variance line, you can pretty much just, at this stage of the tournament, we're deep enough where you don't really have to get too active. You can just fold until you get to the ante stage where the mistakes that players make are permanent. They're not really permanent mistakes at this point. Although for a couple of these guys they have been, right? I mean, it looked like a couple of these guys weren't playing just to, gamble it up before the add-on period. They were actually just taking their bullet, and they found the shot. 7-1, yeah, let's go ahead and make the call there. This is a tough one, you guys. It's a tough one because of the bet sizing. So Sean Maggie betting 100 on that flop kind of makes me think that maybe Sean Maggie was just sitting there with like a random 3. So now when Sean Maggie's firing out 700 and 800, I feel like if Sean Maggie had a queen, we would have heard from him before. I feel like maybe we're just looking at like a random 3. So let's make the call here. No, we're not looking at a random 3. We're looking at a 6-3, which actually gives Sean Maggie the straight. So
damn.
Nice hand.
So them limping in are just getting some crazy...
Well, Sean Maggie was in the big blind, so I'm not going to say that there was anything wrong with
he just
the way that Sean Maggie played it.
Someone's going to get there with that
except
kind of play.
I would have suggested betting more on the turn, because when you bet more on the turn, you set yourself up for a bigger river bet. This is one of the things when you're thinking about how much to bet. A lot of people get this wrong. Sean Maggie. Let's go ahead and roll the tape on that one, because it was kind of an interesting hand. So Sean Maggie on the turn here hits the nut straight. The question is how much to bet, and he decides to go ahead and bet 100. So first off, you should be betting this hand. I mean, you have the nuts. You don't have to worry about really getting counterfeited unless it comes unless the board pairs and you're up against like a 5-2 or queen 4 or something. Firing out 100 kind of feels like a blocker bet, but it's actually I've got the nuts and I'm not worried about getting outdrawn, and I want to get full value for the hand. So the problem with making it so small, where you're betting 20% of the pot on the turn, is now when you get called, your river bet is going to be based on the size of the pot. And since you made such a small bet here on the turn, then when the river hits, the board does pair, but Sean shouldn't worry about it. He still should be going for value. He goes for almost a full size, pot bet with what's pretty much the nut hand. Kind of fools me into thinking, that turn bet did kind of fool me. The sizing did kind of fool me into thinking, oh well, that was a blocker bet with an ace or a 3, or maybe like a 6-7. So I actually felt like the 9-4 was ahead when I made this call. Obviously, I wouldn't have made the call otherwise because of that $100 bet on the turn. So on the one hand, if Sean Maggie had made it bigger on the turn, then I'm probably not calling on the turn. But I still think that it was a mistake to bet so small, because what you're trying to do when you're value betting a hand is you're trying to pump up the pot so that when the river comes out, I mean, if right here on the turn, if Sean Maggie were to have made a $300 bet and got called by Rock of Ages and myself, then we'd be looking at we'd be looking at $1,400 in the middle, and he could be making this pot like a $1,200 bet. So he would have made substantially more if he were able to actually get called. So anyway, he made the right decision to value bet, made the wrong decision on how much, in my opinion. The 100 into the $600 pot or $500 pot turns out not to have been a blocker bet. It was a value bet.
I have to watch this.
With nuts. So we make a little note about the bet sizing tendencies of Sean Maggie. I hope to be able to utilize that in the future. That should tip us off a little bit. We've seen Sean Maggie bet 2 times the pot with Queen 4 on a Queen rag board. We've seen him shove his stack in after calling with 9-10 suited against 3 opponents on a King 9X board. We're learning some things about what Sean Maggie does in certain situations, and when it comes to trying to read hands, the best information you have available is bet sizing. Especially when it comes to online, which is really all you have available besides timing tells. But bet sizing is really king when it comes to hand reading. More important than poker tells, how someone puts out chips, what they do with their hands, how they scratch their face, where their gaze direction is, blink frequency, breathing tendencies. I would say the most reliable, if you can get them, is bet sizing tendencies. Do they count as poker tells? Probably not. I kind of feel like we got moved. So all that information and all that fishery is going to just have to wait for another spot.
Well, they'll probably be out by the time that,
What a bad beat. It was such a good table.
Probably got tired of you talking about them and they moved you.
Yeah, maybe. So yeah,
Rigged,
ZSTF
dude.
Unreal. Those Poker Clinic
Rigged.
videos are going to be smaller. They're going to be...
You should only do them for 10 minutes. I think that's good. I think you should do a couple of 10 minutes videos. Maybe you should do one video for yourself and then cut it into interesting videos. And you should definitely start. I think it's going to be good. I would like to know more details on your clinics. I'm sure those guys would love last table would have loved to have your videos.
I doubt it. I think those guys have it all figured out.
They already know. They probably
They're
make their
heroes in
own
their own
videos.
mind.
They probably make their own videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
Shit, we should be watching their videos.
That was fun. Watching those guys just.
So it was
Spew.
it was a good table. I liked watching it myself.
Well, yeah, me too.
So how a
Miss
table
'em.
a table becomes that way? Do you feel like it's just like one or two players that play really aggressively and spewy, and just people are trying to cope?
I definitely feel like there can be a trigger effect when one or two players completely just donks off early on, but then gets rewarded for it.
Yeah, and then people are like, "Fuck it," right? And they're shoving.
I feel like there is a little bit of a tilt factor there when you're sitting there watching somebody just play completely ridiculous hands, completely ridiculous ways, get rewarded for that. I feel like sometimes with some players it can have a tendency to set off kind of a chain reaction of just table tilt. Especially in a tournament like this where it's a rebuy and add-on. It's not really a $10 tournament, you know. I mean, for us right now, it's gearing up to be a $50 tournament. But for a lot of these players, you're looking at like a $70 tournament, $80 tournament. And then for some of these guys, it's just a $10 tournament, which is unforgivable. You really can't be playing a tournament like this without giving yourself the bullets to get that add-on. Though the add-on in this tournament isn't as drastic as the add-on in the 30, the 3K, where skipping it here isn't so bad because you're only getting 4,500 chips for the 10 instead of a full double stack. In the 3K, unforgivable. I mean, you buy into the 3K for $30, you get 4,000 chips. You know, you get the ad, you know, you get the rebuy right away, and you have 8,000 chips in front of you, so there's $60 in. Then when that add-on period hits for that extra $30, you get a full double stack of 8,000. So anybody who doesn't take the add-on there is just ridiculous. Not taking it here isn't as bad, but you're still getting more chips than you get for your initial $10. So it's still the right move to take it and the wrong move not to give yourself the the full opportunity to go ahead and win this thing. And Hustle Nuts makes an open limp. Let's
Hustle
go ahead and
Nuts.
just see a full up here with Queen 10 off. Completely whiff it.
Do you think Hustle Nuts likes nuts?
I think so.
I agree with you. Orbiton Kenobi. Dutch is a violent typer.
I'm a violent
You
typer.
shouldn't type, dude. You should talk. Are you making notes when you type?
Yeah.
He has to type. It's a necessary.
Yeah, and hey, Mike Diamond.
It's okay though. It's good to see you here.
So
Obenton.
first off, you get to ask as many questions as you want, man. You know, that's I'm definitely here for you. You've been with us for a while. You've been supporting the stream, sub badge for a long time, and I definitely really appreciate having you here. So ask as many questions as you want, and I will do my absolute best to answer them on stream. And if you want to ask any questions off stream, well, that's what you're getting with the sub badge. Is you can always email me. You can even call the hotline.
Yeah,
we
I was
have the poker hotline. You can even just call.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, we really want you guys to share your stories and do your shout outs on our hotline. It's a real hotline. It's 1866 poker 09. Very easy to remember. Call it 24 anytime. It's going to take a message and we'll listen to it before we play it, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And, we would love to hear from you guys. If you guys have any comments on how we can improve the stream, you can call there too. It's kind of like our feedback line and bad beat line. If you guys have a bad beat that you want to share and you're better at articulating it rather than typing it, then there you go.
But call in, you guys, 866 poker 09. We'll play it on stream. I mean, we don't have to play it on stream. You can just call and and speak your mind.
Yeah, and then we can talk about it on stream.
Because if no one uses it, we're gonna shut it down. So you guys got to call 866-POKER09.
Yeah, I mean,
Mike Diamond.
we just thought it was a good thing to implement in our stream, so we can have something, so you guys can be more involved in it.
So if you were gonna try to like get your close cousin some sort of like poker educational gift, doing something like having doing like a Patreon, a Patreon sub is basically the way to think about it, and giving that to him would be kind of like donating something in his name. I don't really feel like it would make a good present. I think that if you were going to try to give him a gift, you're probably better off, giving him like a poker book or giving him like a membership to a poker site. Maybe
Yeah,
like
but it's not necessarily a bad gift, Dutch, because he has access to the Discord.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
mean, it's going to be something that he's actively learning.
But
I
I'm
mean,
not
that's
really
what you
sure
should
I'm
focus
not
on
really
is
sure
active learning.
See, Michelle hates it when I don't sell us here.
No, it's not that I don't hate it when I don't sell it. I mean, you're
It'd
not.
be the perfect gift.
No,
You
no,
give
no.
it
It's
to
not. It's not that
everybody
I
on your
don't hate it.
Christmas
I mean,
list.
it's definitely something that you're trying to do, and it's new for
Yeah.
you. And so I feel like it not being successful is kind of like an excuse for you not to do it. So I feel like that I mean, if he wants to give it as a gift, obviously, I don't think you should.
I'm not really sure what kind of gifting options Patreon has. I'm sure it would make a perfect gift.
There you go.
If I was in your spot, though, I'd probably get him like a subscription to like Run It Once or Upswing Poker or something like that. And I would encourage him to watch them at least. Because the Poker Clinic videos, I've done 4 of them so far. I feel like they're pretty useful. I should do
Yeah.
one on
I
poker
encourage you
etiquette.
to. I don't see why he shouldn't get your Patreon. I mean, the goal is to be like a training site. I mean, you're not going to get there if you don't have people sponsoring it, Dutch. You're kind of throwing yourself under the bus there, kid.
All right.
I don't want to hear your excuses of not doing the videos.
So far, the excuse of there just hasn't really been that much interest on Patreon. That's a good excuse.
Well, it is a good excuse, and I mean, people rant. They rave about the poker clinics, and I think they're really good. I just think that you need to do them. That's it. You know, you did a few. You did like 3 or 4, and I think that you should only make them 10 minutes. You know.
Yeah, they're gonna
Sit
be
there and-
they're gonna be shorter for sure.
Yes, because I think that on YouTube in particular, it does. You know, people don't want to watch 5 hours of just playing poker. You know, that's what's nice about Twitch is that you guys are actively here and it's live, and you guys can chat with us, and we can talk about current events. And when people watch it on YouTube, they're gonna hear like stories from a year ago.
We'll make the HBT viewing party shorter too, because in the past I feel like they went too long. Too much pausing, too much talking about.
It's way
each
too long.
and every hand.
I think they're too long.
Yeah, it needs to go more like.
But like that's what we have the hotline for. I feel like, you know, if you guys feel like you can give some constructive criticism to Dutch and how he can like make those particular videos better if you've seen him in the future, that'd be greatly appreciated. We would it would help our channel or help our Twitch channel grow as well. Level 4. But yeah, I mean, as far as gifts go, that's what the gift's about, Dutch. Get him a book, Dutch Boyd book, Poker Tilt. It's a good book. It's not a poker book. It's more like about Dutch's life, but it's really well written, I think.
Thank you, Michelle.
Well, I think it is. I mean, before I helped read it, edit it, I've never read a poker book, so I think they're very, you know, dry. But it's not like a poker, it's more like a biography.
But my mom says I'm cool. But my mom says I'm cool.
We'll be right back. Welcome back, guys. And guys, I want to make an announcement before we keep on going. If you are shopping for that special someone in your life, I think that you should be gifting them a Patreon
That's right.
sub to the Poker Clinic and the HPT viewing parties. A Patreon sub makes a perfect gift for anybody,
That's right.
and for a very low commitment of anywhere between $5 and $20 a month, they'll get exclusive access to some of the best content in poker. Really,
everybody
the
wa-
only content.
If
in
everybody
poker.
watching this stream right now gave $20, then Dutch would be very happy, and he would do a Patreon tonight,
I
or he
would,
would do
actually.
a Patreon video tonight. So
I would
that's all we
do-
need, guys.
I would do
You can
a
help.
Poker Clinic video tonight if we had all the viewers who are viewing right now go over to Patreon and buy themselves and their loved ones
and their pets,
and their pets.
because dogs play poker.
So
I think you should change that, by the way, that dogs play poker. But you know what?
It's the
It goes.
best
It
painting
goes
of all
with the
time.
theme. It
It's
goes with
the-
the theme.
like if I were to think of the perfect painting, it's that one. Dogs playing poker.
Just beautiful, isn't it? The colors are perfect, and
Mm-hmm.
it really does capture the games that the puppies play, right? Yes, guys. I wonder if we're going to get any calls on our 800 number.
Our toll-free 866
Toll
number.
free, toll free. You know what we need to do? We need to have the number on our screen. That's what the problem is, I'm sure. I'm sure if we had it like instead of like the latest sub, we have a phone number strolling around. Call now.
That's a good idea. You know what? I'll work
Can't
on
get calls if you don't put if no one knows your number.
That's right. I'll do a little bit more promoting of it. I'll change up the overlay a little bit.
Well, yeah, we should change our overlay. I think we need to get a re
All right.
overlay. I like the blues though. Definitely need a new background. I'm tired of space. Space is yesterday's news.
Oh my gosh, how can you be tired of space? I've always wanted to be in space.
I know. Speaking of space, we saw what is it? The space movie. What was it? Hidden Figures. Good movie. No, it wasn't best picture in my opinion, but it was a good story.
Making the fool.
Good, touching story about the smarts.
D's Nuts Poker says New York has a chance for regulated online poker. They are talking about it.
I
Meet
hope,
the Assemblyman and Senator.
I really hope, guys, that they do regulate online poker. But with this administration, it looks like we're going to be really handcuffed to a lot of conservative, Puritan type of ideals.
Yeah, it
I mean,
sure
they're
does.
going to shut down pot,
It looks like they're going to be.
and it's like a crazy thing because it's like people who supported Trump believed that he was going to legalize it. A lot of them did. Well, I don't know if they believe that he was going to legalize a lot of them, but I know that a lot of people that visited our particular chat said that was one of the things they were puffing up with him. Like, he's going to make online poker legal. He's going to make pot legal. And I don't think that's a reality. I think the reality is that we're going to have more stricter rules on pot. And I think, honestly, it's probably going to happen to the casino world too, and the whole online poker thing.
The
Especially
two are-
since Sheldon Adelson's like,
The two are definitely related, and I'm going to tell you, when we were watching Trump, one of the silver linings in that cloud was going to be, it seemed like he was really pushing an agenda of deregulation, and reducing the power of the federal government, raising the power of the state government, which were all going to be good for for poker rights as well as weed rights. So when now it comes out that it looks like they're going to start cracking down on the state recreational weed laws, it would just make sense that they would also be cracking down on the state online poker laws. And I think that there's going to probably be a rereading of the Wire Act back in from the 60s, the 18 section 1084. It's Chapter 18, Section 1084, the Wire Act. I think there's going to be a reinterpretation of that on the federal level, which actually prevents states from allowing online poker. I think that's what's probably just around the corner. I think that they got other priorities right now, but I don't think that we have that poker has a friend in the White House right now.
I don't think so either.
So yeah, I think that the big one of the big news items today on Reddit was the
Cannabis Cup.
The Attorney General's office is threatening to start making some arrests and shutting down the Cannabis Cup that's coming in here through Vegas.
Which is very horrible because I just started coming around to the idea of consuming marijuana. That's life, though. That's how I run. That's how Dutch runs.
That is how I So, the Cannabis Cup was hosted
Do
in
we
Amsterdam.
still have that bong I got you for Valentine's?
No, that's long gone.
Did you give that away?
We have no drug paraphernalia here.
Oh, we can't. Well, okay, it's long gone. We gave it away.
Is this your weed, sir?
No, we don't. It's there's not even any weed that went through it anyway, dude.
You're right.
It'd be tobacco, like a hookah. But it's really fucked,
Let's go and
guys.
make the
And you know what's
raise.
even more messed up, guys?
What's that?
Sugar. Sugar is the messed up thing. So, the reason why I mentioned it, because yesterday I was in such a horrendous mood. And then I had a donut, and that was fine. Do you remember? I was like, I hate everyone, but this donut is very, very happy. It really made me feel like an addict. And they just came out with a study saying that there's a lot more people, millennials and Generation X, getting colon cancers, and it's due to obesity, diet, and not exercising. But I think it has more to do with just sugar intake, dudes. I think if you look at the chart at like people consuming sugar from like the 1950s into present, it's with corn fructose syrup in the mix and everything, I think you're going to see a crazy correlation between the sugar consumption and cancer. And sugars in cigarettes, so there you got to think about that.
The way I see it, there's no real good reason why cigarettes should be legal and weed shouldn't. Just like there's no real good reason why Powerball should be legal and poker shouldn't. It's there's some sort of regulated gambling in 48 out of the 50 states.
I wish they had lotto tickets here, though. That's
Poker
the only
really-
thing I wish.
Poker really should be on the same page. I don't really see any moral difference between day trading and playing poker. I feel like
Moral difference?
I know that I'm preaching to the choir here. The fact that you're watching this probably means that you don't see anything wrong with playing poker and you don't think that it should be criminalized. But I don't see any real distinction there between between investing in a poker hand and investing in a stock market. I really don't. I know that there's arguments that they're not the same. The argument is, well, when it comes to like the stock market, that's actually creating an economic benefit. The trading is just kind of a way for people to to be able to liquidate their interest in a company. It's there to support the investment in American productivity, whereas poker is kind of an economic neutral thing where
Well,
it
it
doesn't
does
really
help.
produce anything.
Doesn't you feel like it helps dealers and operators, though? I mean, it does provide some jobs, waitresses, I suppose.
Yeah,
I mean,
but,
it would be
so
really
does the
cool.
heroin industry.
Well, yeah, and I think that should be legal.
I never felt.
So is the pot industry. Look at the pot industry
Look,
right now. That's a good example. Look at how many
What-
jobs.
what-
It's not.
my
It's not in
point
comparison.
is that the jobs creation argument is a piss poor argument.
Sure.
Piss poor argument.
But maybe somebody can revolutionize the whole idea of how poker is ran by making it into more of a different kind of environment.
I
for
would love to
example.
see that.
I don't know exactly how.
Because there's no real difference. Yeah.
Because like we were talking about the whole what if they just did poker like game shows, and and it was like it wasn't negative, and people won like cars, or they won like Price is Right, they get sponsored by corporations and they win prizes like a lifetime supplies of razors, or this Panasonic TV, or this this new game system if you win, or if you win this round or whatever. I mean, there's ways that they can monetize it, but they just haven't had anybody brilliant enough to figure out the game.
If it's folded around to me, I'm going to go ahead and raise one big razor
You
here.
should. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because of his name. Is that why?
No,
Oh.
because I actually have a decent hand. Yeah, so the argument is always
What's your decent hand, Jacks?
ace 9.
Like Jacks.
Offsuit.
Just like Jacks, though.
It's good enough. We're not going to have to
Do you
actually
think
turn
Ace
over
9
the
is like Jacks, the equivalent, or do you think Jacks are better? Would you rather have Jacks or Ace 9?
Jacks.
So Jacks is better.
Yes. Yes.
Wish you had
No
Jacks in this.
question.
Been really nice.
Sure. Let's continue with the drive. Try to c-bet against these two opponents. There we go. Super Unknown 43 just pledged on Patreon. You're awesome. Really appreciate that, man. So that's definitely means that I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do some videos, and they're gonna be great. Bigly.
They're going to be the bigliest videos in the world, because I'm going to make sure and I'm going to have a whip right there, guys. So whenever he makes a video, just know I'm right there with a paddle.
They're not that kind of videos.
Oh, well, he wishes, though. He's been trying. You know the deal, Dutch. But yeah, guys, I'm talking about refined sugar, not like regular, like sugar from like a banana is good sugar because your body processes
honey?
it different.
Does that count as processed sugar?
I mean, it's still sugar.
Sugar from a bee's butt?
I don't know. Sugar from a bee's spit, really. Spit you're eating. I love honey, but I mean, as far as sugar goes, I think it's definitely a moderation thing. I mean, we consume a lot of sugar in America, like a lot. Like, how many pounds did we look it up a year? Like 80 pounds.
More.
Was it
the
more?
The average American consumes somewhere around 160 pounds of sugar a year. 160 pounds of refined sugar a year. I like when I saw that, I couldn't believe it. I was like, there's no fucking way. There's no way that you know how much a pound of sugar is? It's a lot of sugar.
Oh, 150 to 170 pounds of refined sugar a year.
It's amazing.
That's the average American. Does that mean like kids, everybody, like every single individual?
I mean,
I don't consume
it's just on
that
average.
much.
So, somewhere out there's someone consuming 600 pounds of sugar a year. Somewhere out there, someone's consuming.
I just got high, and my
pounds
body
of
just
sugar,
started tingling just
year.
thinking about the sugar.
And that makes up for the babies out there.
So maybe we should buy a bunch of sugar and just hold
hardly-
on to it, Dutch.
Because it's such a
Sell
rare
it on
commodity.
It's not rare because of,
Oh, you mean in anticipation of regulation.
prohibition.
In anticipation of prohibition.
No more sugar.
You know what, guys? Michelle read this book called The Case Against Sugar, and for a whole week she was on this no sugar thing.
Well, I still ate sugar.
Like just not eating it because it's almost impossible not to consume sugar.
It is impossible.
She was on more of a I can't believe that this is really happening around us. And the more I thought about it, the more I think that we watched that movie Florence Foster Jenkins with Meryl Streep that week. And she was treating her
Syphilis.
illness, shingles or something.
Syphilis.
She was treating her syphilis with mercury.
Yeah.
So
Like it was
just,
normal. Like, I'm taking my normal mercury.
I'm taking my mercury today.
medication.
And she's just like consuming this horribly toxic substance. It's just killing her. And it made me think, 100 years ago we were sitting here, painting our nurseries with lead-based paint. And
the paint industry knew that it was poison.
Lining our pipes, with lead. We're sitting here, get me some water. Isn't it nice to have running water with these lead pipes?
I think they also
it's
used
just killing us.
poison for like powder for women, like cyanide poison.
And arsenic.
Power.
Maybe people would
Or is
take
it
arsenic
Yeah.
to heal them from stuff. And it's like, I think that in the future, we're going to be looking back on today the same way that we look back on the past
Sugar.
of, yesterday, 200 years ago.
Well, it's definitely a
thinking
blip
about,
right now,
I can't
guys.
believe we used to have slavery in America 200 years ago. I can't believe that we used to treat lunacy with mercury, and we would poison ourselves with arsenic. I can't believe we used to do that. And I think that in the future we're going to be looking back at certain things about today, and one of those is going to be sugar.
Yeah, but it'll be one of those things that, because it's going to be so profound, it's going to just like draw. I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's going to be we are in this time of sugar right now.
I think that
So.
people will look back at the way that we just pile in sugar in our coffee, and I'm guilty of this. Okay, I'm not saying it's you, not me. I'm saying people from the future will look back at how we just piled sugar into coffee the same way as if we were just piling cocaine into coffee.
And how much of a thieves we are by stealing from bees. The bees are probably dying because we're giving them high fructose corn syrup to eat.
The same way as if the same way
bees.
as if we were just like the same way that they'll probably look at how we would sit under UV lights.
Yeah, that's
And tan
another
ourselves.
thing. Yeah, tanning was a big in the
How are you
90s.
how are you going to
Everybody-
look better? Well, I'm gonna sit under here and give myself radiation poisoning.
That's right. Well,
I think certain things like that, they're gonna look back and just say, "Wow, what an insane time to be alive." I can't believe that the average American was consuming 160 pounds of sugar back then. Can't believe it.
yeah, and before the 50 and like in the I mean, it's just going up, the consumption of sugar. And with all these like studies, diabetes and things and obesity, they're attributing it to things that are not sugar. They're attributing it to fat. They're attributing it, and it's not, and lack of exercise, but they're not taking consideration the intake of sugar that we're taking.
Weird pot. It's a weird pot. It's a weird board texture for Pocket 8s, because you know what? Ace 5 is actually a pretty good flop for Pocket 8s. It's much better than if it was like Ace 5. The fact that there's two aces on board makes it a lot less likely that our opponent here has an ace in his hand. So going for a check raise, kind of just trying to claim our equity, because it's still very vulnerable to hands like King, Queen, King, Jack. And now the fact that the regulator made the call, it's tough.
Didn't they used to have a sugar emote? Where is that at? Oh, it's gone now. It's perfect. They had a sugar emote. It's not here anymore. Would have been perfect. Sorry, Dutch.
Yeah, I have no idea what to do now. I think I'm going to just let it go. What's the difference? What's the difference between Pocket 8s there and Ace 3? I mean, when it comes to showdown value, there's not that much of a difference. The main difference is that if you have an ace in your hand, then you block a lot of aces that Regulator could have. It's really the only difference, because they have the same showdown value. I mean, if we're folding 8s there, are we also folding a weak ace? The answer to that is no. We wouldn't be folding a weak ace, because the chances of Regulator having an ace if we have one in our hand, it really cuts down on the combinations.
Oh, I'm going to read this book.
Basically cuts them in half. Exactly in half. Exactly. Let's go ahead and make the fold.
So I'm reading this article about things that we used to eat we don't eat anymore. Robins. Robin pie. Aw, cute little birdies.
Like blackbird pie?
Like robins. Like tweedledee, tweedledee, like little robins, man. We used to have robin pie.
You used to eat that, huh?
Well, that's an American thing, yeah. Food history news. I'm going to have to... I love food history. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and ISO here.
Robin
I'm not so
Pie.
sure if that's true, ASD waffle, as far as weed curing any illnesses. I know it treats it,
That doesn't cure it.
but
It's
I
a
don't think
different-
I don't think that there's
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, I don't think it's actually curing it permanently. I think that.
But how can we, as a society, even find out if it's illegal? If it's illegal, how does the doctor break down cannabinoids or whatever and find out and do trials and shit?
Well, you can still study things that are illegal, but it's harder.
It's just more difficult,
Yeah, there's a lot more regulatory hoops to
more
to go
paperwork.
through.
Yeah, but it's like it might be a miracle drug. Might not be though. That's so crazy. 150 pounds to 100 to 170 pounds of sugar. God. How much is too much, Dutch?
How much is too much sugar?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And you have to be careful when you read some of these papers because they're backed by Big Sugar. That's like that's like a thing. Big Sugar. Just like Big Milk and Big Eggs and all kinds of food. They need to not have those kind of things.
Hark Nasty says, my ex-wife loved a book called The California Penal Code. One thing I would say, Hark Nasty, is that's another thing I think that we'll look back on, and in the future. Well, not us.
There's
but,
a sugar emote.
Us from the future. I think we'll look back on the incarceration rates as something that we just can't believe. We just can't wrap our head around the fact that we got we have more than 2 million people in prison right now. That a very significant percentage of the American population will go through the prison system, and pretty
And
much
have their rights
everybody
taken
has a
away.
friend or a family member who has gone through the prison system. Let's go ahead and make the check back here.
Can't vote.
889 isn't
Can't
really a
vote, you're
good
in
flop for us
prison.
to c-bet. And I think a c-bet on the turn will accomplish the same thing. Interesting. So now Hustle Nuts fires out. Decides, well, if you're not going to take it, I will go ahead and try to take it. And I don't really think that we can represent too much here. We could go for a float, make the call with the intention of shoving on the river. Pretty high variance play, though. Let's go ahead and make the fold. The plan was to go ahead and check back the flop, bet the turn if he checks. That plan fell through.
So that's the sugar emote, Dutch. PJ Sugar, capital S. Capital PJ, capital S Sugar.
PJ Sugar.
Yeah, it's not on my little emote panel anymore. I'm a lazy emoter.
It's getting 3-1 on an ace-9 off. I don't know. Let's go ahead and make the fold. Try that pre-flop open again. And this time we get through.
6 teaspoons of sugar a day is what's recommended. If you-
Recommended by who?
Well, recommended as far as like not going over. But 9 for men.
Bonyfish
6 for-
says, no need to be afraid of sugar, Michelle. Just do it in moderation like any other vice. Just like there's no need to be afraid of mercury poisoning.
Well, it's not about that I'm afraid of
Dose
it.
yourself with
It's just
mercury
that
like any other
it's like
vice.
it's that I would like to trust the things I eat, and it really sucks that I have to look at the label and read how many grams of sugar in it, and realize that one serving of a drink has 26 grams of sugar in it, or 25 grams, and I'm like, what's I don't want to waste my sugar. I do it in moderation, but I don't want to waste it. And I did waste a lot of my sugar yesterday because I had a lot of sugary treats, and it affected me too. It affected me mentally, and it made me very mean. If you guys didn't watch the show, I was very mean yesterday. Or I felt mean. Yesterday I was like raging in my mind.
She was raging.
Because I was like, I need sugar. Holy shit, I need sugar so bad. So I had a donut after. I didn't want to do it in front of you guys.
We got Scorpio making that resub. Scorpio1107, thanks so much for the resub, man. Thanks for keeping this stream going. 14 months. You're awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't drink milk. Bony fish. I know that lactose is sugar, but I don't drink that. Sucrose, lactose. I mean, there's sucrose, lactose. I think there's a G one too. Glucose, fructose.
You drink some milk.
Not really. Not really. I don't drink that much milk, Dutch.
Put a
I
little
drink.
half and half in the coffee.
No,
That
I
counts.
never. I have my coffee black.
Put a little half and half in that tea.
Black. I didn't. Yeah, and I took like a sip of it, and I didn't even drink it. So, yeah. No,
So
I
you
don't.
took a sip of milk last night.
No, I didn't because no, Dutch, I don't drink milk. I eat sugar. I mean, I eat cheese. That's the most I think lactate that I have. But like I said, it's measured though. It's not like I definitely don't drink I definitely don't drink gallons of milk. Cuz I don't believe in the milk propaganda anymore. I used to though. Looks like everybody's just being uber aggressive, huh? Wow.
Make the fold. Interesting. We got Woo Hawks making a min raise here. I think we're gonna go for the
did
3
waste my
bet with our
sugar
ace-8 diamonds. Why betting so little? Why are you betting so little, Dutch? Well, because of the stack to pot ratio. You know, the problem with him making that call is now he's got such a huge percentage of his pre-flop stack invested. So when we actually hit the ace, and we figure that we have him drawing pretty slim to dead, what's an appropriate bet when betting half the pot is basically let's go and make the call here. Betting half the pot is basically more than half of his stack. So betting very small there is still putting him at risk for 20% of his stack, and makes it a lot more likely that we'll just get the whole thing. Let's do a half pot bet here, and let's get ready to make the shove on the river if we miss.
Ah. That's a good thing to Google. So, did you know that they had radioactive energy drinks?
Like currently?
No, they used to in the 1900s. They actually had uranium. They used because they were trying to get people to actually like the idea of nuclear. So they were making these really expensive nuclear drinks.
It makes perfect sense.
And it claimed that 3 bottles, it was good. Like during the Industrial Revolution, they're trying to make energy, they're trying to be like spacey and like, atomic age. That's what the whole thing was about. And they make these, they make radioactive water. And they thought it had healing properties. So they would go into this radioactive water and like, I'm getting healed. So Google Google things that we used to do that were really bad for you now.
It's like Nuka-Cola from Fallout.
Yeah, new cola. Yeah.
The Nuka-Cola. So there really actually was a Nuka-Cola.
Was there? Is it called Nuka Cola or was it the different
I'm not
brand?
sure. Let me go ahead and see. Radioactive
Drink.
soda.
Drink.
Radioactive soda. I mean, this was a real thing. Keep making the fold here. So here is some Raditor,
Raditor is what they called it. It's awesome.
and it was a drink that was advertised as a cure for the living dead,
Oh God.
as well as perpetual sunshine.
What? What is this called? Do you saw it on stream? What is it called?
Let me see if I can get a picture of Raditor. Raditor soda.
Jesus.
Here's a picture. You know, for as much I was really expecting something more modern when they said it's like perpetual sunshine. I was like, oh wow, that's a marketing genius behind that. But then when I'm actually looking at the product packaging, packaging doesn't look like like marketing genius. Packaging looks pretty stale.
What did you Google to find it?
Radioactive soda history.
History.
So here's Raditor, certified radioactive water.
Jeez.
People were saying that this would cure impotence.
Ah,
Have trouble getting it up? Take a little bit of radioactive water,
No.
some Raditor.
you gotta make it
Here's
right.
a little perpetual sunshine. Just take a little perpetual sunshine. It'll get the get up back in your get up. But yeah, pretty boring. Pretty boring packaging, you guys.
Really?
I was really expecting something more. Drink Raditor. Let's go make the check here against the Hustle Nuts. Ace 4-6, so we actually hit the 4. Let's make the check.
They also had radiation in toothpaste too. Radioactive toothpaste.
Is that right?
Yep. It's from Germany. It looks like Dormamade toothpaste. And lipstick. They used to put in makeup. Gosh, they used to put in everything. And look, this one looks like... they had a whole product line. Thora Reda made a whole product line of perfumes, creams, and facial powders, lipstick, and other beauty products that contain thorium, chloride, and radium. If you want to look young and you want to glow, you guys know what to do.
What do you guys think here? So Hustle Nuts checked back on the turn. Now he's going for it on the river.
Oh, I see. Oh, damn.
Pretty optimistic making the call here with bottom pair.
He had radium cigarettes too, Dutch. They had radiation cigarette. Is it look like? Does the soda look like a bottle? I think I see it. Radiator, certified radioactive water, triple distilled though, triple distilled for all your health needs.
Here's a guy who was creating a radioactive paint that would glow in the dark.
That's kind of cool though. Come on, that's really cool.
It was painted onto the dials of watches and clocks and aircraft instruments.
Jeez. So there's a good example. Everybody thought it was the greatest thing in the world and everything.
Look at this. Look at this picture of this clock face. People would have that on their
Shit.
watch.
Really? And it has it's radioactive? And it started giving people cancer and killing them, huh?
Let's get ready to get it all in there with the pocket sixes.
Sixes?
Nice to be ahead. And now it's shit.
Aw,
Yeah.
damn, dude.
It's good to be ahead pre-flop. Sure sucks when that ace hits. And you're like, oh gosh. Favorite turned into the pretty big dog.
Oh, you know what else I read, though, on another note about health and eating?
What's that?
I read about the gut brain. Do you remember one? Because I'm reading another book called Brain Gut or Brain Maker. Brain Maker. And it's about probiotics and how good it is for you and how it helps your brain. There was an article on it on, I don't know, some science forum. It's pretty interesting about how those probiotics and bacteria in your gut really influence your brain. On a healthy note. So more probiotics, less sugar, more exercise, no gluten. That's really tough, the gluten part. Where is that ad? I wanted to see. Is this their commercial that I'm hearing? Did I just hear something that sounded very Fallout-y?
You know what that was?
What was that?
I think that was this huge cheer from Gildox, 1882.
Oh, wow, Gildox.
For 1,000 bits.
That is
Gildox.
a lot of
That
bits.
is that's our top cheer. That's the biggest cheer we've had on the stream. Big shout out to Gildox. Thanks so much for
You are the man.
Thanks for the 1,000 bits.
Don't drink the radioactive water.
That's really awesome of you. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Gildox. Thanks for the good luck wish.
I had a whole list of things that we used to eat. I'm trying to find it again. That was just the first one. Radioactive water. Oh, I lost it because I have too many thingies on. Oh, crazy things people ate. Shark cartilage. I don't really care about that.
So Market Anarchy, good to see you, by the way. Talking about that movie Millennium. I feel like I saw that movie when I was a teenager.
Here's a good one. Heroin cough syrup. In 1898, they had heroin cough syrup developed by Bayer Laboratories and discontinued it by 1910. That's good. Shit.
I feel like Millennium had something to do with people from the future staging aircraft crashes and kidnapping the people who were on the plane to like bring them into the past.
Oh, I got a headache just thinking about that movie.
It was like they were people from the future kidnapping people on that were involved in disasters to bring them to the past to seed the population of the earth. Something like that.
Chernobyl cold.
That's right. That's what stuck with me. So, trivia. In the final scene, the viewers hear Sherman say, "This is not the end. This is not even the beginning of the end. It is the end of the beginning." But wasn't that from an Enigma song? The Return to Innocence.
The Return to Innocence. Yeah, that was a great 90s song. I really felt like that was touching me in my soul. And that was a very good song at the time. I still love that. It's a timeless song anyway. So what is this? Is a movie about people in the future that had to smoke cigarettes to fight off radiation?
It's not really about that, but that was like a
Well, there was according to this radiation article, it looks like cigarettes had radium in it. So I'm kind of... Anyways. Mercury. Back to the Mercury. God, gosh, they started doing. Damn, they started. You know, they started doing mercury in the 1500s. When did they stop using mercury? Jeez, when did they stop using mercury? Because that movie that we saw wasn't like in the 1500s. When did they stop? I love the internet, guys.
So, Bitcoin Poker 76, good to see you. Good to see you, Kenny. Asking, what are the best games on Steam now that I have a beast of a PC? Listen, Kenny,
Terraria.
you can't go wrong with
Terraria.
Rust. You gotta try Rust.
Terraria. Don't starve.
Go download Rust.
Don't download Rust.
It is so good. Just, the less you know about it going in, the better. But that's pretty much my favorite game right now. It's pretty much my go-to game. I pretty much play that game like it's my career to play it. like it's my job. Do you work, Dutch? Yes,
and that's why Dutch doesn't do any Patreons.
I have a base on Rust. It's really good. Lately, Michelle and I have been playing a game called Terraria, but it's really not the kind of game you'd need a beast of a PC for.
No, you don't. You can do it on your phone.
It's definitely...
You spent a lot of money.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best games I've played in the last few years. Michelle and I are going to be doing a lot more streaming of
video games.
Video games.
We have a bunch of we talked to a lot of developers, and we've got a few gamer codes. And good news, we're gonna probably start gaming more.
Yeah.
Probably on my channel though, so we don't like conflict the poker and the gaming. Unless you want to do it, Dutch. I mean, we haven't really discussed it that far. The gaming, like whether we want to game on my account or your account.
I kind of feel like we'll do both.
Yeah, we'll probably do both.
But I think probably more on yours. Mine will be the
maybe we should make up a whole
poker,
gaming channel, like
the
a
poker
a
channel.
name.
Yours will be a little bit more of a gaming lifestyle channel.
Lifestyle. Eat no sugar.
So also, Kenny, I guess I would all, there's
Skyrim's really good. It's like
Skyrim's
it's
amazing.
old now though. It's like 2011, but it's a really good game, and they have a
Witcher
lot of
3 looks
mods.
like it's going to be pretty good. If you're into kind of turn-based, Civ 5 is pretty damn good.
So
And it's in the Humble
are we
Bundle
on 6
right now.
We're on 6 now. Civ.
I think, yeah, but if you go to humblebundle.com
You
right
can get
now,
like
you can
5,
get Civ 5 for
like
a
$6.
really cheap price. Humblebundle.com. Pretty damn good. What else? I put a lot of hours into Don't Starve. That's a pretty fun game. Again, not really a game that you need a monster of a PC for. Let's go ahead and try to just pick this one up, you guys.
We have a lot of games. I just can't think of any right now.
Ace of Hearts. So now our hand is pretty much shit. So Woohawk's open limping. Let's go ahead and...
Oh shit! They used mercury
Make
for a
the
long
waves
ass
here.
time. I don't really know. I'm gonna have to study about the history of mercury. It's pretty interesting.
I would also suggest Bitcoin Poker 76 trying some of the Blizzard games.
Oh yeah, Hearthstone is really fun.
Heroes of the Storm, Overwatch, and
Warcraft.
Warcraft is just awesome. And I would also say try some of the esports games, League of Legends, Dota 2. Maybe Conan Exiles.
I don't know if you're... Oh, yeah, that's a good one we haven't tried yet. Conan Exiles. I mean, I think it's a bit buggy. So I've heard. But yeah, there's a lot of games, dude. Just go to I think you should start your collection by going to Humble Bundle and kind of checking out what deals they have. It's pretty good.
Yeah, what I would say is if you're just getting into gaming, get a subscription to that Humble Bundle monthly, and you're gonna start getting a lot of codes for a really cheap price.
But do you think they're worth it though? Those games
Well, yeah, I mean, right now what they have is Total War Warhammer, which is a $60 game
for $20?
for 12, I think, or 15. Gunnin49, by the way, just subscribed with his Twitch Prime.
You were awesome, dude.
Really appreciate it. Thanks so much for supporting the stream, Gunnin. By the way, not only do you get some of the best emotes in
Human history.
in the history of Twitch, you're also going to get some stuff. We send these little fist bump patches to everybody who subscribes, and a digital download copy of my book Poker Tilt, 300 pages of
Poker fun.
poker fun. Really appreciate you supporting the stream, man. We wouldn't be doing it without you, so thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You should sing him a song, Dutch. Oh, I need the text that it just came up. Can you give me a text? In your phone? Is your phone dead?
I'm not sure where my phone is.
Okay, I need that text number. Do you have Google Voice?
I think
Can
it
you?
might be behind the universe right here. No, it's not there.
Yeah, I need it for the token, so I can send him that book. Unless you want to do it real quick.
Let me take a look here.
Let me see if I can find it. Do you remember where you put it? Yeah, I need to find it for the token.
And Bitcoin Poker 76. I'll tell you another game that I was really enjoying was Far Cry. Far Cry. I think they're into 4 now, with Far Cry Primal. But the one that just came out before Far Cry Primal was pretty good, and I would
Far Cry?
recommend it.
Oh.
Yeah, I had a really good time with that one. Let me take a look.
Plug it in.
I don't think that it came into mine. I think it was. I think it hit your iPhone.
No, it probably came to you. You think so?
I think it did because it's not on my.
No,
Hangouts.
it's in yours. It's on your phone.
All right.
Okay, so you'll have to send it to him, or we'll have to do it after the stream.
We'll get that over to you right quick,
ASAP.
Gunnin. ASAP.
ASAP. RimWorld is, you know what? RimWorld was the same makers as Prison Architect, which is pretty fun. Prison Architect is really, I spent a lot of hours on that. If you like simulator games, very fun. Prison Architect. I'm guessing RimWorld's the same kind of way. And if you like Sims, Banish is really good.
Punch Club. I enjoyed Punch
It
Club.
was kind of cute.
And am I jelly of your monster PC? No, dude. No, I'm not. I'm not jealous of your PC.
Whose PC?
It looks like a pretty nice setup, man, and I am very happy that you've joined the PC Master race. I can't
You're
really
here.
say that I've run into a game yet that I haven't been able to run with my specs.
We've had our computers for a while now.
Yep, but we're running. I think the GTX 980 for the video card. I think that we got an i7 for the processor and 16 gigs of RAM. So I'm not really running into issues. Okay, so WooHawks makes that min raise, and yeah, let's just go ahead and put him to the test here with our Ace King. Pop. That'll do. Elite Dangerous is pretty good. It's a really good space sim. I've got about 127 hours in that. Not about 127 hours.
Oh my God, Dutch has a really
Exactly.
funny story about not
127
playing
hours.
Elite Dangerous for a long time. And I walk in, and he just shoots all
don't
his
even wanna
gold
talk about
out of the thing.
So
Out of his
Rosie got me
ship.
Elite Dangerous last Christmas for my birthday.
Oh my God,
My
it's
birthday's
awesome.
Christmas Eve. He hit me up with Elite Dangerous, and I was like,
Oh, before you say that, South Park Stick of Truth is pretty awesome.
that is pretty good.
It's a really good game. I love that
It is a
game.
good one. So yeah, he hooked me up with the game, and I absolutely loved it. And put in a good solid like 60, 70 hours into it, and then I kind of lost interest because I tried Rust, and Rust just completely absorbed me. So I hadn't played Elite Dangerous for a while. I forgot that I was on a transport, like I was on a trading, like I was in the middle of this trading leg where I had filled up my ship with gold. Just stock full of gold, and I was in the middle of space, and when I logged back in, I'd forgotten how to fly, and so I'm trying to figure out how to get my warp drive basically going, and instead of hitting the warp button, I hit the empty the cargo hold button, and all of my gold just flies into space.
And he just like,
this is a big deal. This is like millions of
oh my god.
millions of credits of gold just flying through the darkness of space. Gosh.
We haven't
I
played.
tried to pick it up, but it was too late. It
Yeah.
was just like I might as
You
well.
can, you can
like,
pick it up, huh?
Well, if you're so incompetent that you don't even know the difference between like engage warp
You don't deserve
or
it.
empty your cargo hold, then you're gonna have a hard time trying to pick up little crates of gold floating in.
Just
floating
crates. Do you
around
think somebody
empty
found them?
space. No, I think that they eventually just disappeared into the void. I tried to start picking it up, but I might as well have just like went and got like $1,000 of $1 bills and just went into the went in the middle of the strip and just threw it up in the air on a very windy day. That's basically what it would have been like. Let's go ahead and make the call here with a 10-9 off. One of the adjustments to my game that I've made in the past year is feeling okay with this play, which is open limping in the small blind. I've seen a lot of really good players that I respect have an open limp range here, and what they end up doing is they raise maybe not a lot of their hands, like they're open limping and going for a limp raise rather than just a straight open. The nice thing about open limping with a hand like 10-9 offsuit is that you're a lot more likely to be able to see a flop. You don't get raised off of your hand.
Frustrated Incorporated. Where is my level? I'm gonna level up my character right now.
So other games I've played and really enjoyed, all the new Shadowruns. Really
Get
good.
VR. Hey, Bitcoin Poker, you should get a VR set, dude. That you can play Elite Dangerous
Yeah.
proper.
Yeah, get one of those HTC Vives. I'll tell you what, I'm not jealous of your PC setup, but if you get an Oculus Rift or an HTC Vive, then I will be jealous. Then I will actually be jealous of your setup, because that's just awesome to play around with, and you've got the specs to do it. So HTC Vive, put that headset on, play Elite Dangerous as if you are actually in the cockpit. Play some of these first-person shooters, and yeah, I'll be jealous. And I would also highly recommend a game called Airline Tycoon 2. I first played this game in when we were doing that 24-hour stream.
Airline Tycoon.
Airline Tycoon 2.
Do you really want to torture him?
Don't
Hey,
get Airline
I just
Tycoon
sent you
2.
some trades for my cards, by the way. I'm on my Steam. I need you to approve them trades.
All right,
I need them cards.
I'll give you some cards.
I wonder if Austin will give me a card. He may.
Okay, guys, we're going to be right back in
Image
3
card.
minutes and 37 seconds. Thanks again for joining us on stream. Make sure to click on that follow button. And big shout out to you subs who are actually making this possible. If it wasn't for you, then we wouldn't be streaming right now. So thanks for keeping this stream going. We'll be right back. Okay, guys, we're back. Somehow we've actually managed to build up a stack in this thing. We're looking at 60 big blinds, 62 bigs in front of us.
Did you give me them
Not too
cards, dude?
shabby.
Did you give me those cards?
I actually have to. I accepted the trade, but I have to confirm it on my Steam Guard app. So
I'm taking Dutch's Steam cards, guys.
yeah, she is.
I just need just a little bit. Where's my stuff that I just got? I just got this so cool. I got some cool things. Yes, I did. I got a new emote. Can I show you it?
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
I have to remember how to talk.
So here's a suggestion, Bitcoin Poker 76. Since you have the Monster PC, Right now in the Steam store, there's a sale going on where you can get Hotline Miami, and Hotline Miami 2 for 75% off for $4.99. And
Hotline Miami's hard.
yeah, it's a very hard game.
I haven't played it. I just seen
Honestly,
you play
since
it.
you're kind of new to video games, Kenny, you probably
probably too
won't.
advanced.
It's probably too tough for you. You probably won't be able to really get through too much of the game.
Is he usually a game player?
But if you can, if you can actually get through it, then it's a pretty awesome game, and I would recommend it. Hotline Miami 2. You can buy the combo right now for $4.99, or maybe just Hotline Miami for $2.49. $2.49. The user reviews overwhelmingly positive. Overwhelmingly.
think I have that game.
34,795 reviews. 97% of them are positive. It's one of the best games that came out on PC. And since you have the beast of a computer, you're going to be able to run it with a pretty high frame. frames per
I don't
second.
have that game, Dutch. You should get it for me.
Hotline Miami.
I don't have them.
It's
I don't have
really
one
good.
or two.
It's really good.
You should get them for me. Is it a remote control
Crazy game. Yeah. You can use your 360 controller. I really.
Oh, you
highly
have two.
recommend
Did
it.
you do both? Did you do them both, 1 and 2?
I haven't finished Hotline Miami 2.
Okay. You should get it for me, Dutch. Be a good boyfriend.
Yeah, they recommend that you have a 1.4 gigahertz processor or faster. They recommend that you have at least a gig of RAM. They recommend at least 250 megabytes of hard drive space, and a DirectX 8 compatible graphics card with at least 32 megs of video memory. So from the specs that you showed me, you're going to be able to run this one just fine. You're not going to have any issues with this. Another game that I would highly recommend, Faster Than Light. It's a very good space sim. Again, with the specs that you have on your PC, you're not going to have any issues running it. Faster Than Light and Hotline Miami, two of the best games that have come out for PC in the last 5 years, maybe ever. Really, I mean, when I think about it,
Terraria is really good, though.
Terraria is pretty good. It is a bit of a
It's
resource
actually-
hog, though.
Terraria, it's like got 10 out of 10, man. It's on
Yeah,
Steam.
it's another one of those games that I would highly recommend.
Everyone should play it. It's timeless.
But yeah, Bitcoin Poker. Add me on Steam, and I'll make some other good suggestions for your setup. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and make the call here with the ace-6 off. Maybe we raise here. What do you guys think about just 3-betting an under the gun +1 open?
Sure.
Let's call. It's a pretty good flop for ace-6, I guess. Now we've got like the ace-jack drawn to 3 outs. So Swirl firing out that half-size pot bet. Let's go ahead and make the call here and see how this hand develops. We could turn our ace-6 into a bluff. Maybe we could get like pocket nines off the hand. So he had ace-10, not ace-jack. So we did have him drawn dead to 3 outs or a backdoor flush draw. Gosh, an ace on the turn would have just been brilliant. So for Lint, I've decided that I'm giving up laundry.
No, we're not religious, dude. We don't give up anything. We just live life. We don't need a religion to show us what to give, to stop. I don't really understand the purpose of it. What's the purpose of Lent, Dutch? Do you know? Do you know the purpose of Lent? Yeah, I just don't believe in Lent.
So Lent is a Catholic thing, and
It's the mini Easter. It's right before Easter.
No, I don't know what all the symbolism for
Looks
Lent
like
means.
Jesus goes out into the world and he's like, these are the 40 days that I'm going to go into the wilderness enduring the temptations of Satan.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, as far as like giving up something because in the name of something, it's kind of, I mean, I guess whatever helps you, man. I have New Year's to do that for the whole year. My resolutions, I suppose, is the same. It's the same thing, but we're atheists. We're not religious people. We're non-religious people. So
Except when I'm
instead
trying to pull a 2-outer on the river.
unless
I
it's
get
Christmas
presents.
and I want presents, but other than that, we don't really celebrate anything, and it's only because society puts the pressure on giving gifts. It's the only reason why. We didn't even have a Christmas tree this year or last year. We actually stopped doing Christmas trees. We just don't do it. But we do eat turkey on Thanksgiving, but that's not religious. That's just a weird holiday. So that's not religious. Let's see. What else is
Thanksgiving
there?
isn't a religious holiday
No,
at all,
it's not.
right?
No, not at all. It's about giving
about-
and thanks.
about
It's just
eating.
a turkey. It's like it's the
just
guilt,
about-
American
It's about
guilt.
stuffing yourself and killing a bird.
No, it's American guilt. It's like they felt guilty for.
Is that what it was?
Well, I mean, how it worked with the whole colonies, they were going to starve, and they were. I think there's some stories about them actually being cannibals, and just like they were going to die, and these Indians felt bad, and they gave them food, and in return, America took over and destroyed a lot of their society, and now they're doing a pipeline. But we still have turkey.
I would say my favorite holiday origin story is Labor Day. So after the Pinkertons
Oh,
came
yeah.
in and
Killed.
wiped out a big group of workers who were striking for better labor conditions,
They gave him a vacay.
they decided to go ahead and give everybody a vacation to honor those dead strikers. This happened not too long ago. I think less than 100 years ago, we're basically killing people who are striking for better working conditions.
They still, I'm sure, they still, corporations still, do things. I'm sure.
Well-
Wasn't Coca-Cola like in trouble in like South America for murdering?
There
Like,
was something like that, corporate assassinations of
Yeah.
of labor union organizers, and I think that Coca-Cola was actually one of the.
so I guess,
one of the big names there.
but for moral reasons, I would quit Coke, Dutch. I mean, I don't drink Coke, so I have a sip once in a while. It's gross.
Let's make the check here.
Yeah. High Capacity says, quit lying, Dutch. Photo hunt is your favorite game. It's funny.
Photo hunt's not my favorite game. It just happens to be the game
You know
that I'm
what you
best
should.
at
You know
in
what
the
you
world.
should. You know what you should do instead of advertising that you're the best at photo hunt. You should say you're the best Rust player. You're the best solo Rust player.
I'm
You've
not.
evolved.
I'm not.
Then
the
you
best.
should say I'm a mediocre. I'm a mediocre average one.
I'm all right though. I can hold my own.
Poker is the religion. It's funny. What else is holidays there are? There's Christmas. That's religious. New Year's is not. What else? Easter obviously is.
Pretty good river card.
Valentine's isn't religious, is it?
Now we're gonna
What
get
is
paid.
Valentine? Huh?
Now we're gonna get paid if somebody has a Jack 10
Ooh.
or Queen 10. And we might even get paid with like something like an Ace 9, Jack 9, Queen 9, Ace 8, Pocket
So-
Jacks, Pocket Queens, King Queen, King Jack, Ace King. These are all the hands we expect to pay us off.
So Valentine's, I don't think, is a religious holiday, but it is Saint Valentine. So I don't know. Let's see. Is Valentine's a religious holiday? No, pagan. Yes, and a commercial holiday. It is no longer part of the official Liturgoggle. I don't even know what it says. Liturgoggle.
It's bet a third pot here with top pair weak kicker.
Oh, Valentine's Day is not a feast, a celebration, or a memorial of any martyrs. Sounds weird when they put it that way.
So you can get it directly through Steam, Kenny. $7.99.
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure
Drippy
why
Fart.
it's costing you $1,030.
You know what religious movie I did like though, Dutch? Jesus Christ Superstar. So it's that part when in Jesus Christ Superstar he goes out and he sees voices and he hears Satan. That's what it is. That's what I'm relating it to. Jesus Christ.
Guys, we're doing pretty good in this
Superstar.
tournament. I'm looking at our position in this thing. You know, I was expecting it to be a long stream, but I was expecting that we'd have to jump into a tournament or two after this goes south. It doesn't look like it's going south. We're currently 8 out of 84. We have 73 big blinds in front of us. Really tempted to go ahead and make that call against V-Nick.
Jesus Christ Superstar. Do, 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 do. You know, I'm gonna listen to that during break. This break, Dutch. The Mary song. This morning I woke up listening to the Labyrinth music. It's good stuff.
Which means that I woke up listening to the Labyrinth music as well.
Well, Dutch didn't want to wake up, so I told him that he reminded me of the Babe.
What babe?
The Babe with the power.
what power?
The power of voodoo. That's right.
Oh, man. Are they remaking Labyrinth?
I hope not.
Is that going to have a remake?
Stop. Don't even put the idea in the universe.
I think that this is an idea that's already out there.
Don't do that. I would fucking cry. I would hate
Yeah,
the movie.
Labyrinth is getting a remake. Oh, the writer says the film is a continuation,
Okay.
not a remake.
Thank God. Thank you.
And-
I could do that. I could do a continuation.
Guess who's writing it? The same guy who co-wrote Guardians of the Galaxy.
I don't know what that means, Dutch.
It means that it's going to be good. That's what it means. Yeah, Labyrinth was a good movie.
Yeah, if they remade it, it would be like ripping my heart out of my chest.
Did you know Terry Jones from Monty Python wrote that?
No, I didn't. He's very good though. He's
So-
very brilliant. on
Jim
it.
Henson, Terry Jones, David
Actually,
Bowie,
I think I
and
knew
George
that.
Lucas.
I don't know. I should.
Pretty good team.
Yeah, very wonderful. You remind me of the Babe.
And this is what Nicole Perlman said, who, oh, wow. Lisa Henson, who's daughter of Jim Henson, is also involved in the reboot. But let's see. Nicole Perlman, who who co-wrote Guardians of the Galaxy, she tweeted this: "Guys, please don't fall for all the clickbait. No one is remaking Labyrinth. That movie is perfect as it is."
God dang right.
So it's going to be a reboot, a continuation of Labyrinth, which is,
That's good. We'll see.
and the person who's writing the basically the sequel, I guess, Nicole Perlman says, "Labyrinth is my favorite film from childhood, so I share your concerns that any continuation of the world be handled with love and respect." So she's probably gonna do a really damn good job.
She has
I
to.
gotta think
This
that
is
it's gonna
very good. It was very good from my childhood. I love Hoggle or whatever his name was. Hogwart or whatever his name is. Hoggle. My name is Hoggle. And the fairies that bite. God, that was pretty awesome.
I still just love that. The Fire Gang, Chili Down with the Fire Gang song. Oh my god,
It's called Chili Down, dude. It's called Chili Down with the fire. Yeah.
just great.
Ain't got no problems.
No problems.
Ain't got no clothes or real estate or something to worry about. We're the funk
it's
craziest
really-
bunch in the land.
It's really catchy in a very sinister way. Like it feels like these guys are gonna kill this girl.
Well, when you see the movie, of
These little
course,
puppets
you guys,
are gonna kill
you
her.
guys know what scene that is. That's
Jennifer
that's the
Connelly.
only bad scene. And I mean, when I was a little,
It's
that scared
scary.
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the scariest part. That was a little bit much.
And I'll tell you the
But I can appreciate it
chorus
now
of that
as
is so catchy when it goes into a little minor chord, and it just is like, wow, this is the epitome of what an 80s song should sound like. It's just
It's very
great
80s.
song.
Well, all those are very
Chili
80s
down
songs.
with the fire gang.
When I listened to the Underground this morning, it's very 80s, huh?
yeah, it is.
Down in the underground. It's so good. I like the Daddy Get Me Out of Here. It's pretty awesome.
Good times, great food.
She knows. Alexa knows.
Chili down with the fire gang. It's good.
The Dark Crystal was good. Did you see the Dark Crystal, Dutch? I love the Dark Crystal.
Just looking at it and be like, hey, take off your head. It's like it's weird. That was a weird
it's
part
not
of that
weird.
movie.
It's not weird because they took off their heads. Hey, she can't take off her head.
That whole movie was like a drug trip.
No, it was not like a
Big
drug trip. It was
LSD drug
fantasy.
trip.
That's a fantasy movie, Dutch. It was fantasy. Do you remember the little fox? Oh, and the little dog.
So, I do think that they should probably go back and try to remake remake movies that that were not good, that were good concepts, like good high level concepts that turned out to really be just.
They should make
crap.
Gone with the Wind Part 2. But they should
Exactly,
never
like
do
that,
that. They
like
should never.
that.
They should never do it again. Gone with the Wind, the original, because that's a classic. They can't do that over again. And they've done Wizard of Oz several times over and over again, like different spins on it.
I'm thinking like some of the worst
That's not
movies
so
that
bad
should
if
have
it's
been
like
good,
that.
like the Super Mario Brothers movie, or like
You can't make
Street
that good,
Fighter,
dude.
the movie.
Stop. You can't make
That
any
should
of
have
that.
been really good,
Nah,
and it wasn't.
It's done.
Yeah.
I like
Joker
Dungeons
2
and Dragons
pushing us
though. I
off.
did like that.
Great example of a high level concept that should have just been epic, but
It was
kinda
good. I mean,
crappy.
what are you talking about? It was really good. Jeremy Irons is in it.
It wasn't though. It wasn't really that good.
I don't think you've seen it. You have to watch it again, dude. It's definitely you don't even know what. Oh my gosh! It's a
Jeez,
good
guys, we're
movie.
getting 2-1
Good
against
movie.
a Poker Joker 2 here. I mean, I feel like we're supposed to call and hope a Poker Joker 2 has like Ace King. It's a pretty big chunk of us, though.
What about that dragon movie that they? You know what? No, they shouldn't. They should finish the movies that they were supposed to finish, like the Golden Compass. What the heck happened to the? You know what happened to the Golden Compass? Religious people did not want the Golden Compass to come out because it deals within religious areas, and they actually protested it. I guess I don't. It just sucks that they did that. Maybe people didn't like the movie. What'd you have here before with that nines? What'd you have? Would you have won?
Fours. No, I had 4s.
Oh, well, you would have been way behind. The Golden Compass is a very good book. If you guys have a chance to to read it or listen to it on audio tape, I'm gonna re-listen to that. It was very good. Like they didn't have heaven or hell. I think there was like levels of dimensions. I think it's been a while. I don't know how you know when hiccups are about to start.
I feel like we messed this hand up pretty good.
What'd you have?
Pocket eights.
Oh, yeah. Any diamond? I mean, it's one diamond.
Turning it into a bluff. And he makes the call with no diamond.
Yeah, he called pretty quick. He was just like, fuck it. Getting down with the bargain.
I'm like, man, this guy just hit his ace. He checked back. And we're like, well, let's try going. Let's try to turn our eights into a bluff. Maybe he folds his ace. Nope. It's worth a try. That's a nice looking flop for ace deuce. Gonna go ahead and go for the check here. Poker Joker 2. Wow, look at this.
Good luck, Dutchie. Do you just shove here, or?
Nah. I think what we do here is we go ahead and make the call and then shove the turn.
I hope they don't remake the Cheech and Chong movies. They were pretty good. The one about them being twins, that was really good. Wow. Nice hand.
Thank you.
Did you watch that one with me when Cheech and Chong were twins, and if you hit one brother, the other brother... Yeah, we did at the end. At the end, they left their wives, right? They were going to get married.
Yeah. That was the big payoff at the end.
It was good, though.
Was it the same one where the guy,
Yeah.
where the guy was like,
Tickle your
ass
butt.
with a feather?
Tickle your butt. Yeah, tickle your ass with a feather. Yes, it is.
Is
It
that
was
the
a
same
yes,
one?
it is. Tickle your ass with a feather. That was a great movie. That was a great movie.
So that was a
I
play
hope they
on that.
never.
That was a play on that that other movie though. Like that line originally came from another movie. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, you actually stopped it,
Yeah.
and we looked it up, and you showed me it, and I was like, I guess it was a profound line at the time. Tickle your ass with a feather.
I don't think it was ever a profound line.
It was really funny when Cheech and Chong when they did it though. Tickle your ass with a feather.
It's from Up the Academy.
Yeah, that sounds right.
You want to see the clip?
Which one?
The Up the Academy.
No, the
clip.
Cheech and Chong one's better, but we should show them both.
It's
You show
in
the
context.
one.
You got to like you can't appreciate the Cheech and Chong scene unless you see this scene here. So this is the original scene. It's from Up the Academy. I can't remember this guy's line. He's from he was in
his
Sideways.
line,
His name. I
his
can't
line
remember
is
his name.
Oh,
So this is the same guy who was in Sideways. He was nominated for an Oscar, I think,
for that movie, for that line.
but not for this line
Oh,
where he goes up to the.
was it a good movie?
Good evening, soldier.
Good evening.
Kids sure are adorable, aren't they? You like it when a gentleman ties you up?
What?
You know, with rope.
This is the first.
Well, I got some parachute cords.
Just great pickup lines.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
The seat taken here?
No, it's not.
Now if I seat myself down?
It's fine.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's a lovely dance this year, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is indeed. Well, here's to Butch and Weinberg. Long may they wave.
I'll drink to that.
Tickle your ass with a feather?
What?
That's his line. That's his pickup
I said,
line.
It's particularly nasty weather.
Oh.
Particularly
Yes, it is,
nasty
Major.
weather. I like that. Okay, now watch the Cheech one.
So how about it then? Like to have your ass tickled with a feather?
Okay, that's enough. That's enough ass tickling Dutch.
So how about it there?
Must be a gym teacher.
So that's the original scene. Great
they have
scene.
it.
I'm pretty sure that's the same guy, isn't it? Major Leeseman from Up the Academy. I think so.
I don't think they have it in that. Let me see if you can find it. I don't think you're gonna find it, dude.
I think we can.
The brothers. The brothers.
Corsican Brothers
Corsican,
is
Corsican.
what it's from. Oh my gosh, I think you're right.
They
I'm
probably
not so
took
sure
it down, dude. Cease and desist. But anyways, there's a scene in it. It's awesome.
I don't think we're gonna be able to find the scene.
You guys know it.
Just
if
the
you guys are
original.
stoners.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's probably if you can find it on
And
like
let me tell you
Netflix or something.
I shouldn't have done a Google search for "tickle your ass with a feather" because I have safe search off, and that was kind of weird.
Oh.
Cheech and Chong, tickle your ass with a feather. Search for videos.
I guess.
Oh.
Well, of course you're gonna have ass tickling with a feather.
Gosh.
I wonder if we can find it on like. Oh, it only got 2.5 stars. What? Such
It's
a good
too bad,
movie.
'cause
It's right here, dude. The whole movie.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, the
in
whole
10
thing.
minute sections.
No, it's not. I have the whole thing for an hour.
Yeah. Okay, well, where's that scene?
I'll find it. Oh my god, you're right. It is in 10-minute sections. What an asshole. Look at that. Well, it's right before... It's easy to find. I know that movie. It's like right before he goes out and he like distracts them.
She knows that movie. Wow, what a flop for Ace 9. What a flop. So here we are up against a small blind. I'm kind of thinking...
Oh my god.
I'm really kind of thinking that if we want to play for stacks here, the move is to go ahead and fire out a bet.
Here it is.
We just completely crushed it.
I have to find exactly where it's at.
Completely crushed it.
Did you crush the flop?
Yeah. We have Ace 9 with a diamond.
I can't...
So it's pretty good. SS say it up, made the call.
It's a really good flop.
A diamond comes out on the turn, which isn't great for us. It could definitely chill our action if we're up against...
Right here. I found it.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's 49-41.
We're going to go and just check back here. We don't really lose much by giving away a free card. And checking back makes it look like we have absolutely nothing. You actually found it?
Yeah.
You found the scene? Okay.
You might have to rewind it just like a second, but this is right when he's getting off the chair. Let me make sure, though. Yeah, he's walking out. Yeah, it's really funny. He's distracting him. Yeah, dude, I got it.
This is where I think S say it up can put us on hands like Ace Jack, Ace 10, or even hands like 10-9, where we can get called really light there. Did you link it?
No, I'm getting the exact. They're just having a discussion, and then he has to get up to distract the dude. So I'm probably right here is good. We'll go right here. Copy. I'm whispering it to you. Whisper. There he goes. I think I got it on the space. It's more like 49.40, but there you go. It's a lot of commercials, but I got it for you. Did you get it?
I'm starting to think that maybe that guy wasn't the same guy from Sideways. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, well, who cares? Did you get
I care
the video,
deeply.
though? Yeah, but the funny part,
I'm starting to think that Thomas Hayden Church was not in Up the Academy.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was, though.
Well, nobody cleared it in chat, so looks like nobody cares.
cares?
But you. Show him the Cheech and Chong one, dude. I sent you the thing.
All right.
And it's grit and growth fetish, so
Okay.
that's good. See?
I gotta tell you, just Cheech's face just makes me laugh.
He's great.
I mean, this is a great comedian right here.
Oh, he's wonderful.
Let's go ahead and get the tell you what I absolutely loved him in was Once Upon a Time in Mexico. Here we go. Here's the scene.
Okay, ready? It's the scene.
Yeah, but how are you gonna lure him outside? I have my ways. Con permiso. Tickle your ass with a feather.
It works.
It works.
It works. So there you go. Tickle your ass for a feather. Or with a feather, not for a feather. Tickle your ass with a feather. And that's it, right?
That's it. that is the payoff scene.
Yeah, I didn't even know about the tickle your ass with a feather
Just thought
scene
that was the
until
weird
Josh
thing
was like,
that he said.
"Oh my god, I've seen that movie. I've seen the original." And I'm like, "Oh god, I just enjoy the movie, dude." It's
I
funny.
laughed so hard with that scene, and Michelle was looking at me like, "Why is that funny to you?" And I was like, from that one movie.
Was that movie the one movie really good? Was it
No.
a good movie though?
No,
See, I don't just don't-
it wasn't a good movie. It was an obscure '80s movie, and I can't really tell you why I even watched it. I can't even tell you why.
You're like the only person that probably knew that reference.
I thought that was Thomas Hayden Church, but that is not Thomas Hayden Church. This is some rando.
He's
What
really
a
famous now,
flop
I'm
for
sure.
Ace 4. Iceman Kiwi, thanks so much for the cheer, man. 100 bits, you're awesome.
Yay! Thank you so much.
I mean, we're ahead here. So let's go with the 1800. And if a Poker Joker 2 decides to go ahead and check raise, then we are going to go ahead and move in on him right here. We have the best hand.
Yeah, why do you have safe search off, Dutch?
Because I'm not 7.
Oh. Well, you sure acted like it. So how do you turn off safe search? I didn't even know you could turn it on and off. Is there a way to do that?
Yeah. So you have to actually be logged into your Google account.
Mm-hmm.
And
But won't you get malicious, like malware or something, if you go into a weird site? I don't know. I mean, I feel like if they're protecting me, it's good. I don't want to scan everything.
Make sure to keep your, don't run any weird scripts on sites. Yeah.
But that's all I do. Thanks, JD Cole.
You know a movie that I think that they should probably remake? Dude, Where's My Car? That movie was supposed to be great.
What are you talking
And instead
about?
it was just
great.
kind of all right. It was just kind
great.
of all right. I guess they kind of
They should
remade
make
it
Rounders
with,
over again.
with Hangover. The Hangover is basically a remake of Dude, Where's My Car?
Is that right?
Pretty much.
Look at his face. That is funny.
No, right?
That was a good clip where I got.
All right. So fire out the C bet. Oh, we have a lot of chips in this. So, how about it then? Would you like to have your ass tickled with a feather?
That's how you do it, Dutch. That's exactly how you and I got together. You know,
That's right.
sitting at a bar and Dutch came up to me and he said those
You like to
exact
be tied
words.
up,
We're gonna have them engraved
rope.
somewhere. No, not that one. He just said tickle at your ass with a feather. So was that the original 50 Shades of Grey?
No. So that Up the Academy is basically, if I remember right, and this movie came back in like 1980, came out in 1980. I saw it mid 90s when I was going through let's watch every single movie in the video store phase.
It's so weird.
Why is that weird?
Just
Catching
weird.
up with pop culture, that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
No one knows that reference but you, I suppose.
No,
I guess
that's
you could
not
appreciate
true.
that from Cheech and Chong. So
Look, I tried. I make a conscious effort to go out and see pretty much every major movie release, every single one. It's pretty rare that I miss one.
I challenge you to miss a whole year of movies.
Not a chance. Not a chance. You might as well challenge me not to listen to music.
I challenge you not to listen to music or watch movies.
It's one of life's pleasures.
Let's see. I challenge you though.
I'm not gonna do it.
What if
I'm
I
not gonna
prop
miss
bet
it.
you, dude?
Not missing a year.
What if it was like a prop bet?
I remember.
Like if somebody offered you like $100,000 to not watch a movie for a year, would you do it? Like you can't watch any movies, you can't watch TV, you can't watch any shows for a year for $100,000.
Would I be able to watch some of those movies after the
You only
year's
can watch
up?
the news, dude.
No, right. But like, let's say someone offered me that prop bet. So I bet that you can't not watch any of the 2017 movies. Is that like
And
a
shows.
permanent thing? Like I just
No, just for a
am
year,
not gonna
dude.
be
Just
able
for
to-
1 year.
So just for 2017, I couldn't watch a movie.
Yeah.
But 2018, I could go back and watch all
Sure,
the 2017
yes,
movies
of
I
course,
missed.
yes.
Then
But
yes,
then-
I would be. I would do that. Yeah.
Oh.
That wouldn't.
Do you
be
think
tough
you'd
for me.
be successful at it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that'd be an easy prop bet to win, and I would definitely make that prop bet all day. But
You could read the
one-
books about him, though.
One that I don't think that I would make.
Mm-hmm.
That I mean, of course, there's a price to everything. Not everything, but something like this has a price. One thing that I wouldn't. One thing that I wouldn't sell cheap is missing a whole year's block of movies for life. Like if I knew that I wouldn't be able to watch any movie that came out in 2017, and that was the bet. That like the bet was, you don't get to experience the movies that came out this year. That would be really hard for me to do.
That'd be really hard that would be also a hard thing to verify because there's
It would. And
So
that's
it's
like
not
one of those,
it's not a realistic.
That's one of those
bet.
like, how are you going to have a bet with no ending and
Yeah,
except
it's
death?
not realistic.
For the rest of my life. Yeah, I mean, not everything has a price, though. I was thinking about this. Not everything does. You know, a lot of poker players insist there's a price for everything, and I can kind of understand it. You can kind of come up with some pretty sick, sick scenarios where you'd be like, I just can't see myself doing that for any price. But at the same time, you know, when you consider that you can solve world hunger for a whole year for $30 billion. At some point, it becomes pretty immoral not to do certain things for, you know, a huge amount of money. But on the other end of it, you know, you start falling into that whole ends justifies the means trap, and I'm not so sure if I agree with it. You know, I'm not so sure that the ends do justify the means. I'm not so sure that, if somebody said, do something really screwed up, name your price, if there really is a price for anything. But taken to its logical extreme, you can be like, well, what about suicide? You'd never kill yourself. And I'm like, well, I mean, if you can make out a will, then at some point maybe you would, but I mean, you can come up with some pretty extreme examples, like let's say that you could push a button that would just end the human race. How much for that?
Isn't there? Yeah.
That doesn't have a price.
Well, that doesn't make sense either, because you wouldn't be able to enjoy the funds that you were to acquire from that endeavor because you have killed off everyone.
Okay, what if the
So that
button
doesn't make sense.
was set up to
And plus, it's an
destroy the human
impossibility.
race 100 years from now? So you are able to actually enjoy the whole thing.
But it's not a realistic. It's not a realistic
It's a
proposition.
thought exercise. That's all it is. It's a thought
But
exercise.
that's what my thought is. It's not a realistic proposition. It's stupid.
Thought experiments are valuable.
Yeah, they are valuable, but that's not a valuable
They're
one.
used all the time in philosophy. They're used to
But that's not
actually, come up with interesting questions about morality and logic. And
A
I
better
don't think
one-
just because that would never happen. I don't think that.
Well, then you should do a better. Then you should rephrase your story into a better story. Like, if there was a box, you don't know if it's a cat in there or not, but if they'll pay you X amount of money to smash the box.
And they're
But there's
telling
no-
you that there's a chance that there's a cat
Or baby.
or baby.
Let's say a baby, because a cat. I mean, I think a lot of people would just kill a cat for money. I mean, I was like, shit. $10? No, no, that's fine. Like a baby. There's a baby in there.
And there's a chance that there's a baby. They're telling you that
There's a baby in there.
We have 1,000
not.
of these boxes, and 1,000 people are presented with the same situation, and one of those boxes has a baby in it.
No, just a box. There's a baby in the box. Smush it or not. For this much money, for $1,000.
I would shake it first.
No, there's no shaking it. There's a plexiglass glass window, soundproof.
Okay, and do you have any
Box.
sort of like?
There's no. You're in a controlled environment. You're looking out from a plexiglass room. The controller's there on a speakerphone and goes, "Okay, push the button, and we'll give you your money." There's a baby in there.
Wait, there is.
There is. We don't. There could be a baby in there or not. Push the button.
What are the chances that there is?
I don't know what the chances are.
This guy's not going to give me like a percentage.
Nope. There might be or not.
There might be or not.
Yeah, maybe not.
Maybe not.
Yes.
Is like by that logic, every time you're flying down the highway and there's like a trash bag in the middle of the road, you'd be like, there could be a baby in there.
No, it's not. This is an experiment where you're in a controlled environment. You have volunteered. They're going to give you X amount of money to smash a box. You can see the box.
Okay, so
You're in a room.
they're going to give you X amount of money to
The
smash
guy.
a box.
You don't see the guy's face.
The fact that the guy says there might be a baby in there doesn't actually change the percentages at all.
Right.
Because
it doesn't
even-
change the percentages
Doesn't
at all.
that kind of go without saying?
What, that you
That
smash
there
the box?
might be a baby in there?
That's right.
Doesn't he have to isn't there a possibility that there's a baby in there
That's
without
right.
him even saying
But
it?
exactly, whether there's a baby or not, do you
You
smash
don't know
the
what's
box?
in the box. What's in the
That's
box?
exactly. It doesn't matter on percentages or anything.
What's in the box?
So 100% you wouldn't do it, but like 2% you would. I mean, that's fucked up. But it's the same.
Show you the box. Who's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the fucking box? Show you the box.
So I think that kind
Chilling.
of. But do you remember? There was a
Horrible.
psychological book about, I forget the guy's name, but he wrote about doing an experiment about pain. People. There was a controller, and that person was there, and he was to shock the other person for doing the wrong answers. Or that was a movie or something. I mean, it's been a study that's been done quite a bit.
Pretty famous experiment. What was that?
But what it was, they found that people punished people if they were told to do it. So if somebody told you, there's 100% chances there's a box with a baby in it.
It's funny because that guy, the Milgram experiment, it was his name. It was the Milgram. I should know this because it was real famous in pretty much all of my sociology classes when I majored in sociology and got my bachelor's in sociology. I would say, at least half of the classes talked about this Stanley Milgram case.
Yeah, I've heard it's a lot.
It was an obedience study, and it was more of a psychological study, but it also was, sociological as well. And it was interesting because he got so much
Unethical flack.
he got so much backlash from that experiment that it it defined his career. And Stanley Milgram actually did a lot of really interesting studies. Really interesting. There was, he did this one big study where they would release a whole bunch of orphaned letters out into the world and see which ones would actually get delivered. So, people would find these orphaned letters stamped, addressed, and they would track how many of them actually, the Good Samaritan would pick up the letter and pop it in a mailbox. And then they would figure, they would see the difference between, let's say that the letter was addressed to, St. Jude's Children's Hospital, as opposed to, some KKK group in, in Georgia. And so they would track
Yeah, I remember
whether that
this
would
study,
affect. There was a whole movie on this, but Stanley Milgram came up with a lot of really interesting sociological experiments.
Is he the same guy that
and
came with the prison
psychological
one, or that's a
experiments.
different guy?
See, that was a Zaputo.
Okay, Zaputo. I knew it was started with a
And
Z.
when you think about it, the prison experiment was it more or less ethical? It's kind of hard to say because the Stanley Milgram, the reason people said that was unethical wasn't because anybody was getting hurt.
Because of the trauma that it invoked.
But it did kind of invoke trauma when people were sitting there thinking and believing that they were inflicting pain on somebody else.
And it fucked him up too, because after
did.
the fact, they were like, I'm sure after the experiment was over, they saw themselves, as
They saw
fucked
themselves
up.
differently.
They saw themselves as fucked up because if you're doing it when you're being told, and then they say it's an experiment and nobody got hurt, then you're the fucked up person for it.
It really shakes up people's because this happened right after World War II, right? So everyone was trying to figure out all these Nazis basically just following orders. Why would anyone follow orders when the orders were so just despicable and horrible?
Yeah.
Crimes against humanity. And so Stanley Milgram said, well, this is not a case of Nazis being bad people. This is part of the human condition that
Where you're told what to do.
as humans are just we are going to follow orders. That's who we are as people. That's who we are. It doesn't matter. You put an American soldier in the same situation, he's going to follow orders, and he's going to be he's going to fall into this obedience state. And very few people who were actually involved in that experiment, when told to give the electric shock all the way up, very few people actually said no. I think only 2 or 3 people in the original experiment said no.
Yeah.
And even though plenty of people
But he
had
thought,
real issues
but
with
the
it, they were
science.
like,
What's his
okay,
name again?
I guess for science.
No, but
that-
he also thought that people wouldn't.
Yeah.
He went in there thinking that people wouldn't
did.
do it. He was like,
He thought that eventually people
so
would be
I
like,
mean-
no, we're not doing that. I don't care if you're wearing a lab coat. I'm not doing that. Well, let's go ahead and fire out half pot here.
Yeah, my favorite story is the prison one, though. That's pretty interesting and telling. And that should be, and people should use that experiment to look at our prison systems today and how authoritative the prison guards get and how bullying.
Yeah, but that Zaputo experiment, the reason why that one's kind of fallen lost a lot of credibility wasn't so much because people thought that he was doing something wrong to the participants, but it's because it couldn't be replicated. It turns out that a big part of
Is that right?
yeah,
So they
people
tried it again, and it
people have
didn't do
tried to replicate that study, and it turns out that it's really hard to actually replicate that study.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, do you
there's
think-
some flaws with that?
Oh, with that particular one. So,
that
do you think that the
particular
way that
experiment.
he conducted the interviews as maybe people that were more antagonistic, or maybe he put a certain type of personality in there rather than just like random people? Maybe he saw like a certain trait that somebody had, like an authority, like a lack of authority, like dealing with authority, for example.
I don't
maybe
really
that's
know.
why. I mean, there's probably.
But
I mean, you'd have.
it's hard for me to really,
So what do you mean they try to do it again?
yeah. They've tried to.
Do they try to do it again after knowing about the controversy of this prison? Because maybe just just knowing about the story of the
Wow.
prison made people more moral.
This guy is going to make my head explode here. So he fires out a $1,200 bet into 11,000 when it comes King 4-3. Feels like a blocker bet. But is it? Let's get ready to make the shove if a club comes out. So, when I look at the Stanley Milgram experiments, I don't really know that he did anything wrong. But he got so much backlash within the community as what you did was unethical.
Also, I mean,
you lied to your subjects.
But what he did also is very profound, and
I thought
and
it
it's
was,
like
too.
and it's like wow, the human condition's really fucked
I
up.
just kind of feel like it's unfortunate because his whole career was defined from that one study, when he actually did a lot of really interesting work.
That was a good study, though. I
It
don't think they
fucked him
still
up
study,
professionally.
but they study it still. I mean,
Yeah.
But
They when they study it when they're talking about ethics and experiments.
yeah. There you go. But he's forever remembered and forever.
He is.
He's forever on the books.
Someone who is willing to play.
So that's like another level of psychology, isn't it?
The ethics of how to do experiments. You can't lie to your subject. No kidding. Bro Meliad said a Poker Joker stream last night. That kind of surprises me. When we've made a lot of final tables with the Poker Joker too, and I remember him saying that he wasn't familiar with Twitch.
So you think oh, okay.
And we'll call that. I'm not going to overcall it, though. Yeah, there we go. Meh. So fucking lame. Why can't he have kings instead of ace king? We're supposed to have blockers there, and his range is supposed to be so much wider, knowing that we are exploiting the open limp of Audi Las Vegas, and he's sitting here with, less than 16 bigs. No, just go ahead and give him the ace king of hearts instead of the jacks. Give him the ace king of hearts instead of the 10-9 suited in a move. Of course, a Poker Joker 2 has ace king there, so fucking just irritating. That kind of hand makes me want to smash a box. Yes, $50. Smash the box.
Don't smash boxes. You sure they never try to repeat it?
I am pretty sure I recall some
he recommended
problems
not to repeat it himself.
with trying to repeat that experiment.
But he said it should never be repeated himself.
Well, that's kind of convenient.
Is it?
Yeah.
It says it says it's considered unethical. They were gonna do it for TV. That's why. Can you imagine if they did a TV show? That's fucked. If you were like a volunteer and that's fucked. But they do. Don't they have reality prison shows and shit that I don't watch
They
it.
have stuff like Big Brother. It's basically
Is that a
like
prison?
like a prison show.
I never watched Big Brother. I don't even know what that's about.
Really?
You've been with me for 10 years, Dutch. Have you ever seen me watch Big Brother?
Well, Big Brother's
I don't
been
even
around
know
a
what
lot
the hell it
longer
is.
Than our relationship.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I thought Big Brother was a situation where you had a little kid.
What the hell just happened there? Did All For Me just tank there with the Queen 8?
Well, he had to probably count his fingers, Dutch.
No, it wasn't All For Me. It was actually Laggity Taggity
Oh.
Tank. Guys, we'll be right back in 3 minutes. We're going to try to ride this all the way to the final table.
Yeah, and you guys call that number.
Yeah, 866-POKER09. Give it a call. It's the poker hotline. We'll be right back. Okay, guys, we are back. We've got 56,000, which is it's a lot of chips. Raising with the Queen Jack suited under the gun. Getting some action from a deep stack. 45 bigs in front of us. That's deep.
So was that show Dutch running for a long time?
Big Brother?
Yeah.
It's funny. So
I've
Kurt
never
Mata
even
says,
heard
you guys
of it.
ever watch Kevin Martin from Twitch Poker? He was on Big Brother.
Well, I
So
know that.
do
I've
watch
only heard of
Kevin
it
Martin.
after that.
It's funny because on the break, right before we came back, we were talking about that. We were
It's
talking
weird.
about, Vanessa Russo and Kevin Martin were both on Big Brother. We were just now talking about that.
Yeah, like I said, I thought Big Brother was like Big Brothers and Sisters. It's like a thing where you help children.
Wow, so all for me making a very small raise here. And not enough for us to find a fold with our Queen Jack of Diamonds. I'm going to go ahead and make the check here.
Oh, well, it's been around since 2000, huh?
Not a great flop for Queen Jack, but, you know, we do have some outs. And all for me, not knowing what to do, just spew. Gosh, what a run out. And that would have been just a brutal flush to make. You know, throw me a bone, or not throw me a bone, the Durbanite getting it in pretty bad there against the Ace King of all for me. And I'm going to go and just scratch my head and wonder, like, was it really necessary, Durbanite, to go broke on an Ace 10-5 flop there? No. No, that was a lot of chips he put in the middle with a very weak ace. Pretty bad. Okay, making the call here with a pocket pair against a poker joker 2. Go for a little set mine. Queen 5-5. I don't know. So poker joker 2 firing out 3,200. I think that we'll go ahead and make the call here. He's gonna have to actually show us a pair.
They can't leave at all? Can they order food?
I mean, they eat. So Poker Joker 2 firing out 6,400 into 15-2. And spot's getting kind of big.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a pretty big pot.
Yeah, brutal.
So wait. So they can eat. So do they just can't leave the house to like watch a movie or anything? We could be on Big Brother. Guess they have to like you too.
So this has not been a good couple orbits for us. We've pretty much lost half our stack and we're back to an average stack, but it feels like we're short. Anytime you go from 78,000 chips down to 36,000 chips, just going the wrong way, and it feels like we are short. I'm looking around and we're not. I mean, you look at Lamb and Nolly, you look at BRB Got a P, you look at SA Say It Up, you look at Audi Las Vegas, and we have more chips than, you know, those players. We're right in the middle. You know, we're right in the middle with like 22 big blinds. We're not short stacked, but it feels like we're drowning because we just had a huge stack and now we have an average stack, and it's just frustrating. But you know, you got to shake it off and remember that, you know, a big part of No Limit Hold'em tournament success is being comfortable playing every size stack and recognizing that it's not just going to be all gravy all the way. You are going to have dips. You're going to have dips. You're going to have to eventually, at some point in a tournament, probably be short and probably get through it. So that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to go ahead and make this 3,400 with our pocket sevens. And not getting away from this hand. If BRB Got a P makes the shove, we're going to go ahead and make the call. If Poker Joker 2 makes a 3-bet, we're not folding. So, I think making an all-in shove here is probably just the play.
Good luck.
And we will probably have to fade an overcard if called.
Nice. Getting him back, Dutch. Getting him back. One pot at a time.
Got John Blaze with the host. Appreciate it, man.
I saw my baby crying hard and I could cry. What could I do? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Looks like you got a donation, Dutch.
We did.
Thank you.
We got Archangel Nico.
Thank you, Nico.
Coming in with
bunch of bits.
it looks like about 25 bits. Archangel Nico, thank you very much for the bit cheer. Really appreciate it.
Hip hip hooray.
Really appreciate that, man. Definitely cheers me up. Definitely cheers me up when I feel like the wind coming out of our balloon.
Sail? The wind out of your sail, Dutch. Isn't that the saying?
The air coming out of our
From your
sail. The wind coming out of our balloon. The pudding coming out of the donut. So JD Cole, I hear there's some really good poker in Portland right now. From what I hear, there's a lot of rake-free cash games up there, which have to be good. You know, a big part of how the rake affects the economy. By the way, thank you very much, EA Porsche, for the 5-bit cheer. A big way that rake affects the economy, JD, is not so much what you're saving from the rake that a winning player, pays, but it's the rake that the losing players pay. So eliminating the rake actually keeps the losers in action more. You know, it turns the moderate losers into break-even players. It turns break-even players into actual winners. It turns, slight winners into big winners, and the big losers that go broke quick, it allows them to stay in action longer than they otherwise would. So rake-free games up there in Portland, Oregon, I've heard like the 1, 2, 1, 3, and 2, 5 no limit rake-free games up there are right now the pretty much the best in the world, and I believe that. I think that is probably the case. A losing player is supposed to be affected more by the rake than a winning player in the short term. I mean, of course, a winning player is going to play more poker hands in his career and contribute more to rake over the lifetime of his, of his poker graph than a losing player. But over the short term, one of the biggest mistakes that losing players are prone to make is having too wide of a pre-flop range, having a VPIP that's just too high to sustain a win rate. So they're going to see more flops, and they're going to see more showdowns. They're going to be making, they're going to be seeing a much higher percentage of showdowns than winning players do. So on average, losing players actually win more showdowns than winning players do. And not percentage-wise. It's not like, their win at showdown percentage is going to be lower, but they're going to see more showdowns as far, as a percentage of the hands dealt. So they're going to be paying more rake. The rake is going to cost them more on the short term than it does a winning player. By the way, Exmoor, you do look damn hot tonight.
I know. I you know what? It's because I'm wearing a
Damn
shirt under
hot
this
tonight.
shirt, and it's very hot in here. I need the air. We should probably put the air conditioning on. Are you hot too?
No, I feel good. Coley Roll says, Dutch, what kind of advice would you give to someone who hasn't played on Felt ever, and he gets nervous when near but plays a lot of online poker and wants to try in a casino? A buddy of mine really wants that extra push, but he just doesn't know how to make it happen and flakes out on it. I don't even think he knows the first steps about it, to be honest. I just know he talks about it a lot.
Talks about what? Playing live?
Playing live? I mean...
Well, everybody will learn their own pace.
It's definitely going to feel... it's intimidating the first time you sit down at a live poker room, even if you have a lot of online experience. In a lot of ways, especially if you have a lot of online experience, it's really kind of interesting because online the hands go so much quicker.
Yeah, it's slow.
But when you are actually sitting down for the first time at a table, the action feels like it's going really fast. So when people are making the check and they're making these just real subtle taps on the table and the action's just whizzing around, and you barely had time to process the flop before you're looking up to see what's going on with the player whose turn it is to act. But they're all looking at you when they're like, the action's on you, man. Come on, hurry it up. Everything feels like it's going much faster than it actually is. It takes a long time to get used to it. And it also feels like when you're playing live for the first few times, it feels like everybody has way more experience than you, even if you have a lot of experience online. The truth is, if you come into poker from an online background, having read a lot of books and being familiar with the game, then you're probably going to be fine. You probably have a better technical game than most of the players you're going to be playing against. So I would say, the barrier to entry when it comes to live poker is just so much lower than online poker that you really run into some super fishy fish.
And when you play live?
Yeah.
Yeah, but as far as nerves go, you just got to get used to it. It is a lot. It's 1,000 times different, dude.
Let's go and make the bet here.
So what does he want to do to get an edge? He wants to learn how he can play better, or
I don't really know.
Or he probably needs to get used to it. It's hard.
The question is, how do you encourage him to go play live? I mean,
maybe he doesn't need
don't know.
encouragement if he can play online. Some people are just better online players.
So we're ahead of Queen 10. We're ahead of 10-8. We're tying with a jack, and any ace beats us now. So a Poker Joker 2, walking that thin line between value bet or induce a bet, value bet or induce a bluff, chooses correctly to go ahead and value bet. Definitely going to get called with a jack there. That's really the only hand that I am going to be making a call there, though, with. So I don't know. I mean, it worked out well for him there. If he checks, I'm probably not value betting the jack. I don't think I would be value betting that thin. So, in that situation, he made the right move. I don't know, though. Run it 100 times, I don't know that value betting is better than bluff induction there. It's a good question, because I think that I am going to be turning a lot of, turning a lot of hands into bluffs, and bluffing with a lot of hands. I mean, my button open range is so wide there. So the only hand that I'm really calling him with is a that he's beating is a jack. That's really all. That's it. There's going to be a lot of hands which I can go ahead and bluff with. Hands like the same kind of hands that he'd be bluffing with: Queen 10, 10, 8, King 10, where he's not going to get any value if he fires out a bet and I fold. But if he checks, he does get the value. I don't think that I'm value betting the jack though. So I guess he's got to ask himself: are there more combinations of hands where I will pay off a bet, or where I will bluff if checked to? Because I actually think that there's probably more combinations of hands that I would bluff there instead of call a value bet with. So I don't know. I'm sure Lion over here will be like, "Oh, you just got owned again. You just got owned again by A7."
Said that in chat.
But I actually don't think I got owned. I think that it was probably the wrong decision overall. I think he would have been better off checking and inducing bluffs from a lot of the hands that that I'm opening with, like 7, 8, or King 3. There's a lot of hands there. My range is so wide open that if you start counting all of the jacks on one end and say these are all the jacks that you can have where you're going to call this value bet, and everything else where if checked to I would turn into a bluff, I think that the everything else category is probably bigger. So for that reason, I don't really think it's that good of a value bet. I think it probably would have been better to go ahead and check and induce a bluff from hands like Queen 10 and King 10 and King 5 and 10 8 and 8 7 and 8 6 and King 4s and Queen 3s and all of those combinations. I really think that my range is wide enough there. And I think that I probably would be playing a lot of those hands the same way, where it's, check, I see bet, he calls, I check back on the turn, and the river comes at 9, and he checks to me, and I go ahead and try to turn those hands into a bluff. And push him off of hands like King Queen, King 10, Queen 10, small pocket pairs. At least attempt to. And then he gets to make the call with A7, and I feel like that would be more owning.
Yeah.
In my professional opinion.
Pwned. How much traffic does come on WSOP? Do we know?
Not that much. I mean, right now we have 164 players who signed up for this. So
Is there cash games? Just in the whole site.
I actually think that tonight it's probably a little bit heavier on the action than it normally is because the WSOP circuit is in town.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Are you gonna play any other circuit events?
No, it's pretty much wrapped up.
Oh, is it?
But
Because
the Wynn
it's
Classic-
the main, isn't it?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
it's
Wynn Classic main
Wynn's
event
now.
is this week, so I'll be playing that.
Are you gonna play any of the smaller ones?
I don't think so. I think there might be a $600 tournament at the Wynn that I'll play, and then the Venetian Deep Stack is next month. There's going to be there's going to be a lot of poker on the schedule though during the WSOP. I kind of feel like Ghost Hunter must be the safest job.
Ghost Hunter?
Yeah, that must be like the.
I think they
the safest
debunked. I think
career
they
out there.
debunked that because of the particle thing, that particle machine. There was a highlight about it. Like
What are you talking
the collider, because of the collider or something. It was a high. I saw it in passing. I didn't read it because I thought it was nonsense. So I was like, oh.
It sounds-
Well, no shit. I mean, it's the ghost in the collider. But
sounds
I
a weird
don't know.
interpretation of a news story.
Well, it was like it would make sense if it's a
Half-read.
particle collider because they're looking at particles. I mean, theoretically, I'm assuming that ghosts have some type of particle residue. So I don't know. I'm just assuming. Like I said, I read a headline. You can get a lot from a headline.
Yep.
A lot of fake news. That's how a lot of Facebook posts are shared, I'm sure. I should look at that. But why, speaking of ghosts, is somebody saying they're going to be a ghost hunter? Oh, almost as bad as the show, as the ex-cop that... Oh, there's a ex-cop that turned into a ghost hunter. You know, there was this... When I was working... I ran into these twins. Right? There's these twin ghost hunter directors. And they really... And they did a movie called The Children of some place, and it was about, like...
Just max it.
Good
Let's
luck.
just max
What
it.
do you have
It's
here?
10 bigs.
What do you have here, Mr. 10 Bigs?
Ace King.
Oh, that's good. Well,
This is when we hope that a Poker Joker 2 calls us light with like Ace 7. King, Queen.
what is that? Twin ghost hunters.
And we're looking at 12.
Ghost hunter. Y'all never know, because it's lost. Children of the Dead.
A little Ace Deuce offsuit. 13 bigs.
Here's the quote by Neil deGrasse Tyson. It is about the collider. I found the story. Oh, that's funny. Here, Dutch, I'm going to show you the article about the ghosts not existing, and it's because of the collider. Even though you're talking about poker right now, I'm going to show you how important this story is.
Okay, the collider does not prove that
Doesn't matter,
ghosts do not exist.
They didn't prove it in there, but they're talking about well, yeah, you got to read the article.
By the way, we just got a donation. Coley Roll donated $20. Thanks for the answer. Much appreciated. This is for your next online entry. Final table. Much love. Man, really appreciate the donation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Boom.
Who
Really
donated?
appreciate that.
Who donated?
Coley Roll.
Oh, cool. Thank you. They're saying that the collider would have found it by now if there was ghosts.
Why would one be related to the other?
I don't know. That's what they're saying in this Wired article dated February 24th, 2017. If ghosts were real, Brian Cox claimed CERN would have found them by now. The Large Hadron Collider.
The Infinite Monkey Cage is his podcast. It's a great name for a podcast, by the way.
Is it?
I think it is. The Infinite Monkey Cage. So, Brian Cox from the Infinite Monkey Cage fame, a physicist. I'm not really so sure that...
Did you read the article? Or you just read the headline?
I'm reading what he said in the article, but the article's just kind of nonsense.
Well, yeah, I probably... Well,
if we want
it's just
some sort of pattern that carries information about our living cells to persist, this is his quote, then we must specify precisely what medium carries that pattern and how it interacts with the matter particles out of which our bodies are made. We must, in other words, invent an extension to the standard model of particle physics that has escaped detection at the Large Hadron Collider. It's almost inconceivable at the energy scales typical of the particle interactions in our body. So it was Neil deGrasse Tyson that was like, he responded, so if I understand what you just declared, you just asserted that CERN, the European Center for Nuclear Research, disproved the existence of ghosts.
And he says yes.
He says yes.
Because the particles don't exist. Because they would find particle residue, right? Or they would somehow find it.
Well,
somehow.
Pretty good flop for pocket jacks.
Yeah, I know. It's just a nonsense article. I don't even know why we're even writing an article about the I don't even know why they're even writing an article about the paranormal.
Because it makes for good clickbait.
No, because people believe it. Because people believe in ghosts. That's why.
A lot of people believe in an afterlife. A lot of people believe that consciousness, exists past death, and I think that that's fine to believe. I don't. I think that we're going to be coming up very short when we're looking for, scientific backing for that.
For ghosts or the background?
A lot of people claim to have seen ghosts and have supernatural experiences that are
similar.
They're very similar.
Yeah, but they have the same type of experiences with extraterrestrials as well. Like alien abductions.
That's a tough one. That's right. They do.
Oh, June looks cute as an Ewok.
And they're hard to replicate. You'd think that in this age of cell phones that we'd see a lot more, cell phone pictures of ghosts and Bigfoot and aliens, and we're not really seeing it. We're not really seeing the proof. But I don't know. We have a hard time coming up with what consciousness even is. What defines consciousness? A big shared experience between drug users and mentally ill patients are this loss of ego and this feeling that you no longer are a singular consciousness. I've definitely experienced that several times, and I'm not so sure that we really understand what makes us conscious to begin with. So to just completely dismiss the idea that self-awareness is can't persist outside of life is claiming an understanding of what that self-awareness is to begin with that I don't think we really have. So
Speaking of Bigfoot, did you guys know in Grand Theft Auto there's supposedly like this search for Bigfoot in there? Like there's a whole like subculture of people who like replay, I don't forget which one it is, but they replay one of the Grand Theft Autos and they go to a certain part in the woods and they try to find Bigfoot. Look it up. They believe. And the developers have said that there's no Bigfoot in there, but they have sworn that they've seen it. The mind is a funny thing. JD Cole says ghosts are energy. Well, if they're energy, then they probably should be found in the collider, right? Because there's particle energies. I don't know. I don't believe in ghosts. But talk about what past lives then, being reborn. I could see that, but I don't think there's ghosts. But I don't know. Frequencies, he thinks. Oh, he thinks that ghosts are thoughts and energy. That's an interesting concept. But that's energy, though. That's not ghosts. I forgot to pay my ghost bill today.
I have to pay my ghost bill today.
Damn. I mean, I'm sure you can say that energy or a form of energy or the thought process could be of energy, could be that of a ghost in a frequency, but that's a frequency and that's not a ghost. Ghost
I'm
from
just imagining dying and then being really disappointed that the afterlife is being in a lamp.
Oh, this is it.
This is it. Huh?
This is it. It's like powder.
Lighten up
Do you
the
remember
room.
powder? So, I think in terms of ghosts, we first, in order to establish whether ghosts exist, we need to come up with a definition of what it is to be a ghost. Like, is it ectoplasma, Ghostbuster, Slimer stuff, or is it a non-particle frequency energy? I mean, that's the first thing that you have to do is figure out what the common definition of what a ghost is, and I'm sure every definition is probably different, or not every definition, but there's probably a lot of differences in what a ghost is. If you talk to, depending on who you talk to. What do you think a ghost is, Dutch? If I asked you what do you think a ghost is? What is it to you?
Look, I don't
I'm just like the word ghost, like, you know.
I don't believe in ghosts.
But what do you not believe in? I mean, you don't believe in the thought like a Slimer roaming around or zombies? I mean, what is your definition of a ghost?
I think that when people see ghosts, they're seeing hallucinations. That's what I
like
think.
mind tricks.
Yeah.
Similar to like a...
I don't doubt that people are having these personal experiences where they see a ghost and they experience a supernatural event. But
Yeah.
I think that it's just happening in their head. I don't think that there's actually anything to it. I have some pretty good friends who swear they've seen a ghost before.
Yeah, but they convince their brain that they've seen a ghost.
And there's definitely like a lot of stories I've heard from friends and people I trust, and family members, ex-girlfriends who were like, and then the craziest thing happened, and this woman came up to me. It was like, your mother wanted me to tell you. And I'm like, okay.
It's fucked up, dude. Your mother wanted to tell you that the treasure is buried. I mean, winning lotto tickets. That's what people from the dead should be telling their loved ones. The lotto ticket numbers.
Well,
or how to win, or what's like.
That really makes a big assumption that
the future, that they can see the fucking future. So
why not?
Why can't ghosts be psychic?
Consciousness is like experiencing after life after death would actually be able to see the future,
and they're fucking psychic.
The best I think
why not?
you'd be able to get from a ghost.
All my
would be
ghosts
like
are psychic.
Inside information, that's happening right now. I'm not so sure that ghosts would be able to see the future.
You know what? How about this? A ghost, if you're a ghost, go into a business meeting where some stock moves are going, inside trading.
Earning reports before they're made public.
Get some insider trading.
That I think would actually be useful from a ghost, but a ghost's pick on what the lottery numbers are going to be pretty much as good as June's pick.
Sure. But yeah, okay, so yeah, ghosts. Go into the boardrooms because you guys can walk through walls and stuff and be energize yourself.
Don't do it because that'd be immoral, and it would be
immoral.
Illegal.
They don't have moral. I mean, how could it be? You think so? I guess they would get caught, or we would see. Like maybe there's some weird ghost rule, like we know what you did. We'll know what you did when you die, so don't do it. Maybe there's some weird. Maybe if they help the living. You know what they should remake? Fucking Beetlejuice. That's what they should do. Or they should do another Beetlejuice. I think they're gonna do Beetlejuice, right? Michael Keaton's gonna get that role.
That's what we're gonna use our remake card on. It's like
ghosts, man.
Hollywood. If there's one movie that we're going to that we want to see.
Oh look, Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice.
They should remake Ghostbusters. They should just remake it again.
No, that was a horrible movie, dude. They had a chance. They failed.
Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire, and we're gonna have a new one with Andrew Garfield, and let's just have a new one. Let's do a new one with this new kid. There's a
Beetlejuice too, dude.
We should just have another Ghostbusters.
There's a Beetlejuice too with Michael Keaton and Winona Ryder in it, dude.
Bull hanky.
No, I see it.
Bull hanky.
Look, there's pictures, man, but it's probably Photoshop. Tim Burton film. Coming soon? Question mark? No, it's just like clickbait. People are Snopes. It's on Snopes, dude. Oh, there's no plans, guys. It's false. They actually made a whole little ad there for it. My last name is Cosper, not Casper.
It's funny, JD Cole 72. He says, I had a conversation with Civil War soldiers in the woods in Georgia when I was sleep deprived, and I swear to this day it was real, and he had a real story to tell me. You know, the thing is, JD, you know, that's the thing that I think skeptics don't really understand is how profound personal experience can feel. And when you experience something like that, you know, and it's very difficult to actually put into words. You know, the nature of a spiritual experience, which is, you know, what you're basically describing, is something that I think a lot of skeptics just dismiss. And, you know, Sam Harris talks a lot about that, about how, you know, just dismissing some, you know, spiritual experience as, oh, that's just malarkey. You know, it really completely dismisses what, in a lot of people's lives, are one of the more profound, you know, experiences that they have. So I don't know. There's definitely there's more to the world than we can ever hope to understand. There's no question in my mind about that. But I do think that having a healthy skepticism about you know things like ghosts and an afterlife, and living life like there's something beyond this experience is probably not the right way to approach the life that we have.
We should call it ghost trans spiritual. So, because we shouldn't put labels on ghosts. Because we don't really know. Or spectrals. Spectrals? Forms. Is it life form? Would a ghost be a life form?
Well, if a ghost is self-aware and conscious, then I don't know. It's really hard to even define what life is.
Maybe a ghost is an echo of a being.
What does that even mean? Like an audio echo?
Yeah, like,
like someone shouting,
maybe a memory
voice bouncing off the walls, and
maybe every time you think, you create a ghost. Stop thinking, Dutch.
Maybe.
Which one?
Shuck It Up says there was a ghost that used to possess my dad and make him cheat on my mom. That wasn't a ghost. That was Satan.
That was the devil.
That was the devil. That was Lucifer.
I with Boney Fish's story about his brother died 100 miles away, I do believe that you can have a connection with someone you love, but I don't think I wouldn't classify it myself as a ghost.
So let me point out too, Boney Fish, that the nature of experience is a really weird thing when you compare actually experiencing something to remembering the experience. They're two very separate things. And I would submit to you that when you look back on that and say, okay, well, when my brother died and, you could feel it, that you're not experiencing it anymore. You're remembering an experience, and there's a big difference.
Remembering, yeah.
Big difference. And I'm not saying that that didn't happen to you. I'm saying that at this point, you can't really trust your own memory of an experience like that.
Do you think that because of a traumatic event like that too, that as a defense mechanism, your brain tries to cope and make storylines?
Look, there's a lot of explanations for what might have happened. Not the least of which is that you actually have some sort of supernatural connection with your brother that you felt. I'm not going to just discount that, but I do think that we need to really be careful when we put too much stock in our own personal experiences. You just can't trust your own mind. Is what I'm saying. Your brain chemistry is a bitch, and we don't really know why we think things and how we experience things on a subjective level. Memory is so flawed. To the point that I'm even surprised that we still allow eyewitness testimony in criminal cases.
Because they can remember it different as well.
It's so flawed. And I think that, especially when it comes to those kind of spiritual experiences, that the memory of them is even more flawed than what the experience itself actually was. One of the effects of going through all of the mental health issues that I went through in my early and mid 20s is that effect, and I don't trust my own brain anymore, and I certainly don't think you should trust yours. And definitely to the point where if I was ever just chilling out by myself and I got a message from God that said, go ahead and kill your son as a sacrifice, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. There's a lot of people who read that story of Abraham and Isaac and be like, oh, it's so profound. He had so much faith. No, he was a fucking idiot. You don't trust yourself.
With that thought, I mean, why can't that be a valid reason why you do things under a court of law?
And I really don't know. Because that's a very good question, and pretty much on all of our money, it's in God we trust, and every single court they have you swear on the Bible. Why can't it be a valid defense that, well, I had a vision from God that I should, drown my kids in the tub?
If you did that, you're considered mental.
Pretty much.
And now you're disturbed. It's like everybody I guess everybody believes in God until they go and kill somebody. When I was a religious person, or when I considered when I considered myself a believer, I often looked at things as a sign from God when I was just kind of making things molded to what I wanted to believe. Like, God, should I go eat this candy bar? Show me a sign. Then I see a candy bar billboard or whatever.
I have
so
no
it
idea
fits
what
the
we're
dialogue.
supposed to do here. I don't really think that this is the flop we're looking for, though, so I'm going to go ahead and throw it away.
Good. What'd you have?
King Jack.
Oh.
But I Love Poon could have anything there. He's such a dick, too. You got that rooster on him. You notice that. That's there for a reason, because he's a real dick of a player.
Tats, yeah.
Anybody would be like, you know what I'm going to name myself? I Love Poon. Because I do. It's like... Man,
it's kind of weird.
It is weird.
I also read an article about like people naming their stuff, their self. I was starting to. Did you read that article, by the way, about the League of Legends?
I didn't. I meant to. I didn't. Yeah, Michelle actually found a sociological study about
why people are offensive and what age
what
groups
usernames like I Love Poon tells you about the person behind the username. I think it was
supposed to be I Love Poop, but they I think that's what it was supposed to be. I Love Poop.
But I Love Poop was taken.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Well, there's I gotta pee, so it would only make sense, wouldn't it?
Make the fold there.
Yeah, I remember a lot of my experiences in life differently as I get older. You remember when we have memories all the time that you remember differently and I remember differently, and that's like real people. That's me and you.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, and as far as Lion, it's not about what we're saying when we're saying that we're atheist, Lion. And it's not an atheist explanation. What we're saying is that we don't.
I think it's funny that Lion 19898 thinks that personal experience is actually trustworthy.
Yeah,
I think
valid.
that is actually pretty laughable.
Yeah,
I guess that if you received a vision that you should do something fucked up, you would actually do it.
What I'm saying is,
I think that is actually weird.
When we're atheists, what we're saying is that we don't attribute to any religious belief system, so we're not really coming at it from a Catholic point of view or a Christian point of view or a Muslim point of view. We're coming at from straight from no belief. That's why we're saying. That's why I state that we're atheists. It's
Lion,
not. It has nothing
subjective
to do.
experience is not a good way to measure objective reality. So you trust, consensus. You trust you trust the scientific method of somebody coming up with an observation that can be replicated over and over and can be tested. If you can't test personal experience. You go and you pray in a closet and you get an answer back from Zeus that yes, indeed, you should spend your life savings to go chase Thor's hammer in the middle of the Himalayas. Like how are you going to be able to verify that?
Yeah,
it's
there's no other person like.
And if you don't think that kind of personal experience is is actually like what people are experiencing, that's exactly the kind of personal experiences people have.
That's right.
That's exactly what people are doing.
They're convincing
That's exactly
themselves
what they're
that
doing.
people they hear voices. Like I remember a lot of occasions where I used to talk to myself thinking that God was there, and then when I finally stopped talking to myself, I was like, oh wow, that's kind of weird. When I talked to myself, believing that someone was listening, but in actuality, I'm just basically talking to an imaginary friend. But
so when someone says, well, if you can't trust your personal experience, what can you trust? You can trust objective reality over your subjective interpretation of it. That's what you can trust.
yeah, because each of us has a dialogue as we roam through life. You're when you walk through life, you have your own dialogue. You were having a great day or whatever, a bad day. That's your dialogue. It's not going to be the same dialogue as someone.
Okay, so Like a Fool says something interesting that I want to touch on. Okay, because we were actually having this conversation, Michelle and I, about the idea of a multiverse, the idea of an infinite number of parallel universes, which means that an infinite number of possibilities, which means that every possibility exists. And I'm going to stop you right there, because that is not what infinity actually means. When you look at an infinite number of parallel universes, meaning that every possibility exists in them, that's not what it means. Yeah. I'm going to give you an example of the right way to think about infinity. You think about a fractal, right? Imagine a snowflake that never ends. And you look at that and you think this is an infinite plane. There is an infinite surface area on this fractal. Well, that does not mean that everything that everything is possible within that infinite plane. It will never be possible that this empty space right here in the fractal will ever be filled with something. That's not possible. Just because something is infinite does not mean that every possibility exists.
Yeah.
That's the sad fact. And when I started thinking about that, it was when I was listening to the Joe Rogan podcast when he was talking about, with
Tyson,
in an infinite, with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he was like, well, in an infinite, with infinite universes out there, then every possibility exists. And I realized the sad fact that is not the case. Just because there is an infinity of something doesn't mean that every possibility exists within that infinite space. So think about the fractal and think about that empty space right there where there's nothing in the fractal, and think about, just because that fractal is infinite does not mean that space will ever be filled with anything.
I look at it differently from a time
make
perspective.
The fold here with the ace 9. We're actually on the very bubble right here. So I'm going to go ahead and make the fold for ICM reasons.
Are you at the bubble?
Yeah, Stone Cold Bubble. 20 places paid. There are 21 of us left, and we are on the 21st spot right now. 21 out of 21.
Okay, Dutch.
But it's a little bit...
Wait, are you last?
Yeah. Oh. But we have enough. We got 11 and a half big blinds here.
Quite disappointed. You should ask the ghost that's standing next to you for a little bit of a... Ask him to go to Des Bigug's house. Get their whole cards.
That would be a good comic strip. Is like sitting here playing poker, sitting here with an ace 9 offsuit on the button, and someone shoves for your whole stack, and you look back and ask the ghost, "What should I do?" And he says, "You should call." And you make the call, and the guy turns over ace queen, and he's like, "Come on, 9," and it doesn't hit. He's like, "Sorry, man. I thought he had ace 6."
It's funny. So back to your thought of the fractal. I mean, can't you look at it in the terms of time as well? Because with with all these different multi-universes, they have to have a time, right? Like every time to this point, right? Let's say we're saying we're having a conversation now, and our conversation can diverge in different branches. And so there's an assumption that there is an identical time that did the identical things up to this point, and to where the branches can go to different ways. Well, to do that, you'd have to do everything exactly to this point. So that doesn't even make sense if because there's so many things that can change the experience from those multiverses. That would mean that there's so many times that would be identical. That'd be an identical time, a whole bunch of identical things. So that's how I look at it. There's just there's so many ways to change during every universe, and then you'd have to assume that every choice was like the same. It's just very mind-blowing, but sad that there can't be every possibility. But yeah. Don't you need chips, man? Oh, good, you're not the last one. Crook is.
Well, it's going to switch back and forth.
Well, he's 14,000.
So, Lion,
What
talking
does
about
Lion
objective
say?
reality versus your subjective experience. And one of my all-time favorite movies, hands down,
Memento.
And I think the reason that is one of my all-time
crazy.
favorite movies, besides that I think it was directed well and written tightly and smartly and acted well, and the structure of the narrative being told from two different timelines, one going in reverse and one going forward, and finally meeting at the end was pretty clever. Directed in cinematography was great, the music was great. But what I really loved about that movie, why it sticks with me, 20 years after I saw it, and well, not 20, but 16 years after I saw it, and why I felt like it was so profound, was the scene where he's driving and he closes his eyes and he asks himself that, I mean, does the world still exist even if you aren't experiencing it? And he opens his eyes and he's like, of course. And he he's like, of course. It's just stupid to even think it doesn't. And even if it doesn't, what's the point of even believing that? I mean, if you don't believe in an objective reality, then you're kind of lost. And there's really no point in even, talking to you, because
Are you saying that the perspective is that they're just in their world? If I don't think about you, you're only in this world because I'm thinking about you? Is that what you're saying?
The idea is that objective reality doesn't actually exist outside of your own subjective experience of it.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh.
And no one's really
No,
saying
okay,
it.
I can see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, because
but
people
the
are
point
still,
is,
there's still good things going on.
There is an objective truth out there. I mean, if you don't believe that, then I don't even know where to even begin talking to somebody who doesn't even believe in objective truth. Because it's just like, well, what's the point of even having an argument about anything if you don't actually believe that there is truth out there?
If constantly you're talking truth to somebody and they're like, well, that's a theory all the time, or it's like, that's what you believe.
Or when people think that morality just exists because humans exist, things like that. That, if people weren't here, then, ideas, that music wouldn't be here either. That's an example.
If people weren't here?
If humans didn't exist, then music wouldn't exist.
Well, don't birds sing?
The point is, there is an objective reality outside of any sort of subjective experience. I really believe that. All right, so BRB got to pee. He's sitting there in the big blind.
He has money now.
We are past the bubble.
Crook got busted out. Bubbles everywhere.
We are past the bubble. We are going to be making money in this tournament. Tatst 7, that is also one of my favorite things about Interstellar, was when when Matthew McConaughey was talking about Murphy's Law and how it doesn't mean that everything, everything bad will happen. That's not what Murphy's Law means. It's everything. It's that everything that can happen will happen, which I think is pretty much a more concise way of saying the same thing. That not everything is possible.
I feel like that's
the point. Not everything is possible. Even in an infinite space, even in an infinite...
Well, I think that's too much of a play on words with everything can happen, will happen. I think everything is not possible is much better. I mean, it's like, what is that? It's just too much of a word play.
So Spanky, talking about Sunny in Philadelphia, that's definitely one of those shows that I don't know why I haven't watched every episode. We started watching it. We saw the first season, and I really enjoyed it. I think it's great. Guys, we'll be right back.
It makes an argument for creationism. That's like
No,
Jesus
I don't know.
sneezing.
It sounds like a funny episode. We'll be right back in 3 minutes, you guys. Okay, guys, we're coming back. We are in the money. We have 11 big blinds in front of us, 20 players left.
And we don't have a bubble gun yet.
We don't
We're
have
gonna get
a
another one. I want to get a dinosaur one because they're real. Dinosaurs are real.
Yeah, I think that the sad truth of that whole Joe Rogan infinity does not mean every possibility exists conversation is that when you mess something up, I feel like the Joe Rogan version of the multiverse is.
Oh,
like,
you're just
well,
saying that shouldn't be a consolation prize.
It's like, well, in another
I did it
another
right.
time, in another place, I did it right. You know.
I see what you're saying.
It takes away any sort of permanence and any sort of lasting consequence if if it turns
Like
out
if you're always shoving and you just get there and then
well, in
you shove
another
one time
universe-
and you're like, in another universe I made it.
in another universe this Ace King offsuit holds.
Yeah. I know somewhere I did it right in another universe.
Yeah,
Is that what
right?
you have, Ace King offsuit?
I do, yeah. Is when we hope that Ace Queen calls us, not pocket sevens.
All for me.
King Queen gives us a
Yeah.
loose call.
But it's really interesting things
It's
to
a
think
lovely
about.
thought.
I really like to think about all the different different ways that people perceive the universe. You know, I remember I remember reading about like you would go to sleep, right? Like there was this outer body experience theory where you would go to sleep or you would meditate or you'd be a celestial. You would like travel into other planes,
project.
or it was like different levels of the universe or whatever. But you would go to like this library, this college, and learn all these cool, spiritual, wonderful knowledges, like in your spirit, and then you would like wake up and forget about it.
On an alternate timeline, I'm having an argument with Audrey Hepburn about using too much dish soap while washing the dishes, and Michelle is the supreme leader of North Korea.
Yeah,
You know,
come on.
in a Joe Rogan version of the multiverse, that is legitimate. That's never gonna happen. It's never gonna happen.
Well,
It's an impossibility.
why is it an impossibility? Well, I don't know. I mean, my name is probably not Michelle. Even my genes are not even the same genes in the other multiverse.
In
My
the other
name is probably not
multiverse, your
fucking
name
Michelle.
is Kim Jong.
Yeah, and I am Kim Young, right? Exactly. I mean, it's just like such a it's interesting thought. I mean, I'm guilty of it, thinking like, oh well, I am happy to know that somewhere in my universe X happened or whatever, or I can eat more cake, or sugar doesn't exist. Only in natural forms, like in fruits and vegetables. It's so interesting, guys. Yeah, Seattle Pro, I guess there's universal thought, but that doesn't mean it's universally right.
A consensus is not a
universe.
horrible way to start, reaching objective truth. But the best way is to have some sort of objective measurement that's away from subjective experience.
And the thing
The
about
best way to figure out what the temperature is outside is not to go outside and say, well, it feels like 56, or have 1,000 people go out and take an average of what they think. It's to have an
Measurement.
objective way, like
a way to
thermometer.
measure that, a way to measure. That's the thing. That should be defining of what universal truths are. If you have a way to measure said whatever the thing is, like there's a way to measure our temperature. That's a fact. There's a way to measure the wind speed.
So go ahead and make the fold there with the pocket threes.
You don't want to shove there with pocket threes? Throw me a bone? To throw me a bone? I bet in another universe they shoved. But they probably didn't have aces. And I mean, they probably didn't have threes, and it wasn't you, and it was some other thing. Damn, that's dirty.
That is pretty dirty.
Riding dirty, I am Boney.
That is
Boney
pretty dirty.
Bonelli. But just because a lot of people believe in a thought doesn't mean it's true, right? It's because that's like.
I think that
Well, that's obviously true, but
it's kind of obvious.
yeah. Well, but the comment is from Seattle Pro is that when a lot of people agree on something, it becomes accepted then universal.
Well,
Which
I would
is not.
definitely, I would definitely trust a consensus of experiences over an individual experience.
Well, with that concept, though, with that frame of thought, let's say that because Muslims, the religion of Muslim is outpacing Christianity, for example. So the majority, eventually, the majority of the people will be thinking of Muslim doctrine. Is that going to be considered a universal truth?
See, that's what I like about you, Michelle. You
What?
bring these abstract ideas down to an actual, literal level. Let's stop talking about abstraction. So, if a billion people believe in
Like
the
you can't-
truth of Islam, does that make it true? Obviously, no.
Yeah. So
Obviously,
I mean,
it doesn't.
that's why I'm saying obviously it's not true. That's why I'm saying that it should be something that could be measured, truth, like the weather.
How would you
like
measure
scientific.
that? How would you measure?
You
it?
can't. That's the convenient thing about religion, isn't it? And ghosts.
Yeah,
You can't measure
it
it.
is pretty convenient.
Yeah. You know, I mean, in the political, that Collider story, you know, I think that if they could find ghosts, they could find it in the Collider, or they could
And I
use
guess
that
that's-
technology.
That's one thing that I would, that I've kind of come to believe is if something's not, really, verifiable, falsifiable, then it's not really worth even spending too much time even thinking about.
What do you
It's just
mean?
kind of a waste of time even considering. Like black religion.
Well, it's only because people are I don't want to, for lack of a better term, brainwashed into believing what their immediate, I guess, surroundings, put out there.
Gummy bears.
Gummy bears? Yeah, I would be eating gummy bears. I would, in another life, I'm probably a fucking drug addict on heroin and dead.
You know what? That's what they need a reboot of. They need a
Drug-
reboot of Gummy Bears. You remember Gummy Bears back in the day?
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
Courageous
They
and
need to
caring.
reboot that
With
like
the
a,
gummy berry juice.
A live action.
Actually, it's funny because I made gummy bears like a few months ago, and that's the song that I was.
I remember that
trumpeting.
lineup. It was great. Gummy Bears and then Gargoyles. Gargoyles was pretty good.
It was okay.
It was kind of dark. It was like, ooh, that's kind of spooky. These gargoyles.
Yep, it's good though. So
It
was
was.
Batman. Batman was really good.
So Lombinelli with the aces. He has them drawn pretty thin there with the queen jack on that flop. Dead on the turn to a fouled deck.
Wasn't gummy bears bouncing here and there and everywhere. Doesn't it make you want to watch it?
You're too good. We're gonna get muted.
Dun,
You're
dun,
too good of a
dun.
you're too good of a vocalist.
Yeah, for gummy bears though. I would sing for gummy bears. Send me gummy bears. Ugh, so hard to not eat sugar. It's supposed to be a one word another. Damn.
Yeah.
I also
What is it? Touch and non. That's what I'm looking for. So, Bony Fish, I haven't given up the yacht dream.
That's probably why you're not rolling
that one
so well.
$600 yacht that I was looking at on eBay has been sold. So I've been looking for other great boat deals. It looks like you can actually get free boats, a free yacht. I was so impressed with.
We're not gonna get a yacht, guys. I'm sorry. Maybe in another universe.
A yacht.
In another universe, we have lots of yachts. It's too bad you guys were in this universe, because in that universe we have a huge yacht, the biggest yacht that you've ever seen, the best yacht.
I would buy a really crummy, crappy, falling apart, like unseaworthy boat, and call it Super Yacht.
Cruise boat. And then we can auction it off. That'd be funny. So,
right. Let's go ahead and make the limp here, and make the call. Hoping for a 5. GG. GG. God, fucking irritating. Okay, guys, that's our stream. So 4 hours, 12 minutes. We did.
You did a good job, Dutch.
The money.
That's what you get for talking about your boat. You jinxed yourself.
No
more talking about the yacht. The yacht fucked us.
So we're making the limp there, going for a limp raise, a limp shove strategy, and snap calling when NL Doc makes the shove. Unfortunately, we're actually against one of the pocket pairs that have Ace King drawn slightly the worst of it, but still doing okay. It's basically flipping the coin. In an alternate universe, the Ace came out. But not this one.
Do you want to play some Hearthstone maybe? Just relax the vehicle and play some Hearthstone for a little bit. I'll join you in the Hearthstone run. You can show me your skills and then we can go to the gym.
That sounds all right. I think that sounds like a good plan. Let's do that. I'm going to go ahead and shut the stream down.
It'll be live, guys.
Yeah, and we'll restart it with no delay in the Hearthstone channel. We'll play a little Hearthstone arena run. Sounds fun.
Yeah, are you starting a new one?
I think so.
I have a lot of gold. I should do one.
If not, we'll continue.
I suck at Hearthstone, though.
Guys, thanks for joining us in this little tournament run. Make sure to click on the follow button. If you haven't already followed the stream, make sure to follow us on Twitter, at DutchBoyd for me, at First for XMOA down below.
That's 1ST. That is me.
If you got any thoughts or comments or bad beats or anything that you want to talk about that maybe would play on the next stream, make sure to call our toll-free number, 1-866-POKER09, and leave a message. We'll listen to it. Maybe play it on the stream.
Yeah, guys, come on. Let's not. I don't want to cancel the phone number. That was my idea.
It was the big breakthrough.
Don't make me look like a failure here.
If you guys don't call that number,
I
we're
hate
turning
being
it off.
wrong. Yeah.
1-866-POKER09.
And then, guys, also check out Dutch's Patreon. He's going to come up with every excuse not to do it. But you know what? We got to make him do it. He's very talented, and he could put some good work out there, man.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, guys. And yeah, definitely check out the Patreon. Patreon.com/DutchBoyd to support more Poker Clinic videos and HPT viewing parties. We're bringing them back.
And sure, they're going to be shorts, right? They're going to be like 10-minute long videos that are going to be educational about poker. And the HPT viewing parties
we'll
you're
make
gonna
highlights too. We'll cut something out into highlights.
Well, let's not promise the world here. Let's just one video at a time. So yeah,
guys,
check that out.
Check out the Patreon if you want to see those come back and make an appearance. Then do your part, support that initiative, and really appreciate all of you being here. Thanks for the bit cheers, Gildox. Thanks for the 1,100 bit cheers. That's
you are awesome.
Really appreciate all the new subs. We're shutting down the stream and bringing it back with no delay for some Hearthstone arena running. So if you don't know
guys,
that
it's
game,
a really good
stick
game.
around. It's a lot of fun. If you do, then
give us some advice. Tell us how to win.
Yeah, stick around and give us some advice on how to go the 12.
Yeah, Dutch always punts it, so let's see if he does it this time.
I always punt.
I think you got like 5th last time.
Always punting. We'll be right back, guys.